Shalom, and welcome once again to Elders of GMS, giving all praises to Yahweh by Hashem Yahweh Shai. Today's topic is another breakdown, because I see we have to go into these breakdowns so the people that watch us out there, the brothers that watch us out there and so forth, can get these breakdowns correct instead of going on their own, letting them demons jump on them and thinking they know how to break down the scriptures, man. You know? So we're going to go to the book of Genesis. We're going to go to the second chapter because you can catch the Genesis, the first chapter breakdown that I did years ago. So, I mean, if you go on YouTube, you can actually watch it, or possibly Elder Gabon, Elder Aramlab might go over a chapter, do a review of chapter 1 again. But you should know chapter 1. We're going to go into chapter 2. And this is most likely going to be no more than about an hour long on this particular show that we're doing. And we're going to go through most of the books, or the chapters of Genesis. Most of them are easy to understand, but there's some that you need breakdowns on. The second chapter is one of them. So let's start.
Genesis chapter 2 verse 1. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day
Read that again.
Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them.
Now let's go right here to the is that 2:1? 2 and 4. That's 2 and 4. Okay, so you're gonna have to go to the blue letter. Go to the blue letter, the second chapter and the first verse, and read that in the English, and then go to the Hebrew. I don't know how well your Hebrew is.
Yes, we're in the Blue Letter Bible, Genesis 2 and 1. The English says this. It says, "Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them." Now in the Hebrew it says... Just pick out the key words. You don't have to read the top. Okay. Okay. Well, one of the key words would be the heavens, which the Hebrew word there is shemayim. Another key word would be earth, which the Hebrew word there is aratazah. And I guess that's it.
Yeah, basically I wanted to pick out some of those words like shemayim. The word shemayim is actually from the word, an extension of the word mayim, which means waters. Water, waters, water, plural. And the yum makes it plural. Just like when you go to Genesis, the first chapter and the first verse, it's the word there is God. Well, the word that should be there when you go to the Hebrew is Elohim. The word Allah means power, judge, God, and the yum makes it plural. So it's not one God, it's many gods, which represent the Lord, Yahweh Shai, and the angels. All right? Now let's read on.
Right, it says, "Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day the powers ended his work which he had made."
It should be the powers ended their work, because the word there is Elohim. Go ahead.
"And he rested on the seventh day from all his work."
Read again. They rested.
"And on the seventh day the powers ended their work which they had made. And they rested on the seventh day from all their work which they had made."
Yeah, because they keep putting he, him. It's not he and him. It's not singular. It's plural. How do you know? By going back to the Hebrew. Go ahead.
"And the powers said, then the powers blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because that in it they had rested from all their work which the powers created and made."
Yeah, because you go to church, they're going to read it like it's God. The Most High, Yahweh himself, is not even mentioned. He's not. He gave the charge to Yahweh Shai and the angels. Give me St. John 1 and 1. That's why these churches are all messed up. That's why these cats in Islam is all messed up. That's why you got a lot of Israelite groups that are all messed up. because they don't understand the root words. They don't understand word roots. Root word meaning where the word came from. Word roots means this word could go many different roots. With one word, you can make many words. Go ahead.
St. John chapter 1, verse 1. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with... Want me to read it verbatim?
Read it verbatim.
Okay. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made.
I read again. Hold the mic.
Okay.
Read again and read it and break it down.
Con. This is, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with the powers, should be there. The word, the powers, or Alahayim. So it says, in the beginning was the Word, which the Word we know is Yahushai, according to Revelation, the 19th chapter. It says, and the Word was with the powers, or with Alahayim. Now, when you read the Greek, in the Greek portion of it, right, when you read the Greek, the word that appears there in the Greek is theon, right? Now, the word theon is the plural form of the word theos. The word theon is plural, like you have the word pantheon. Now, the word pantheon, pan is all, and theon is gods. All gods. So the pantheon was a place where they had all the gods. So when you read that in the Greek, the word there's theon. Then it says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with the God, which really is supposed to be the gods. It says, and a God was the Word, which that's correct. This was in the beginning with the gods, should be. So it says, in the beginning was the Word, which is Yahushai, and the Word, Yahushai, was with the powers, and the Word was a power, or a God.
Yeah, so now you understand John, the very first book in John. John was referring back to Genesis, the first chapter. All right? All right, go ahead.
It says, the same was in the beginning with the powers. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made.
So Yahushua goes back to the beginning of time. All right? Give me, I believe it's Hebrews, the first chapter, and start from the very top again. Go ahead.
Hebrews chapter 1, verse 1. The Most High, who at sundry times and in divers manners spake in time past unto the fathers by the prophets, hath in these last days spoken unto us by his Son, whom he hath appointed heir of all things, by whom also he made the worlds.
Yeah, he who made the worlds is Yahushua. When did he make the worlds? Go back to Genesis 1 or go back to John 1. Now let's go back to Genesis, the first chapter, second chapter where we left off.
Genesis chapter 2, verse 3. And the powers blessed the seventh day and sanctified it.
So the Most High didn't bless anything. He gave this charge unto his Son and the angels. Go ahead.
Because that in it they had rested from all their work which the powers created and made. These are the generations of the heavens and the earth when they were created, and the day that Yahweh's powers made the earth and the heavens.
Read that again.
Yes. These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth when they were created, and the day that Yahweh's powers made the earth and the heavens.
Read it one more time.
These are the generations.
Now, years ago, you had these Muslims that was under Dr. York, Iman Isa. At one time, he was called Iman Isa. He had these different names. Chief Black Eagle, all these different names. And basically, they were going around saying that the word generations is talking about the angels had genealogy. All right? So now let's go to the Hebrew and look up the word generations.
Yeah, in Genesis 2 and 4, the word there for generations, the Hebrew word is Thawaladwaf, which means descendants, or they have here descendants, results, proceedings, generations. They have genealogies, account of men and their descendants, genealogical list of one's descendants, one's contemporaries, course of history, of creation, begetting of or account of heaven.
Okay, that last one that you read. Now you see how you got messed up. Read that again. Read it to me loud, and I'll speak it. Read it to me.
Oh, okay. Number 1 is descendants.
Descendants. It's not talking about the descendants of the angels. So that's not talking about the genealogies of the angels, like the angels had sex. Give me that in Matthew's, in the spiritual world. The angels don't have sex, all right? Also give me 1 Corinthians, the 15th chapter. Read the next one.
Results.
Results is a good word. This is the result after the order of the heavens, the sun, the moon, the stars, the earth, the firmament, the grass, the animals, and man. This is the results of that. Or this is the records of that. That's what that word means. Because you got people out there that'll take one word and look the word up and say, oh, it means that because of that definition. Well, it goes deeper. All right? Just like the word stigmata. The word stigmata means on a literal sense is when you stick something in you. Like that's for the number 6 in Greek, in the Greek language. Stigmata in a social sense can mean if a woman slept around with a lot of guys, she got the stigma or the stigmata of a slut. So nothing was actually stuck on her, but socially things were stuck on her. Because when they saw her, they said, oh, there goes that slut. And she don't have to wear a shirt or have a sign on it saying she's a slut. You just know her by her reputation. Okay? So, all right, go back and read it again.
Yeah, the Hebrew word there is thawaladwaf, and they have here descendants, which is incorrect, results, which is correct, proceedings, generations, genealogies, generations and genealogies, that's incorrect, account of men and their descendants, that's incorrect, genealogical list of one's descendants, that's incorrect, one's contemporaries, course of history of creation.
That's it. Give me the course of history or record. All right? That's what that word means. So when you deal with these so-called Muslims out there, they don't have any understanding of the scriptures. All right, go ahead.
This is Matthew chapter 22, verse 29. Yahushua answered and said unto them, ye do err, not knowing the scriptures,
Yeah, and there's a lot of guys out there that err and not knowing the scriptures. Go ahead.
Nor the power of the Most High. For in the resurrection they neither marry nor are given in marriage, but are as the angels of the Most High in heaven.
But they neither what?
It says, for in the resurrection, it says they neither marry nor are given in marriage.
Meaning, what consummates a marriage? Marriage, sex. Do the angels have sex? No, not because they're in the spiritual body. Go ahead.
But are as the angels of the Most High in heaven.
So what does that mean? When you die, you go into the spirit world and you become what? An angel. You're in the spiritual realm. So you don't have sex in the spiritual realm. So when do you have sex again? When you come back in this physical body. So you got these idiots, you got the Muslims and certain Israelites saying that the Most High put the seed in Mary, or the Most High came down and had sex with Mary, or Gabriel had sex with Mary. That's total madness. That's why the Lord said what he said before he made that statement. Ye err in not knowing the scriptures. Now that whole virgin birth thing goes back even before the Roman Catholic Church. It goes back to Greek mythology with Zeus and his son Perseus. That's where the so-called Roman Catholics got that whole nonsense from. That whole concept of hell, they got that from the Greeks. All right? Go ahead.
First Corinthians 15 and 39. All flesh is not the same flesh, but there is one kind of flesh of men, another flesh of beasts, another of fishes, and another of birds. There are also celestial bodies and bodies terrestrial. But the glory of the celestial is one, and the glory of the terrestrial is another.
Yes, the glory of the celestial are the angels. They have a different glory. They ain't up there watching what do you call that? Skin flicks. They ain't up there watching skin flicks, man. They ain't going to clubs up in the spiritual realm trying to get some ass. Hugh Hefner, the spiritual counterpart of Hugh Hefner, is not up there. The Playboy Club is not up there, man. Ain't no brothels up there either for you clowns out there, man. Keep a statement that the Lord said, ye err not knowing the scriptures, all right? All right, go ahead.
Back to Genesis 2. Genesis chapter 2, verse 4. These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth when they were created.
Now, we just broke down what the word generation means. Generations. It ain't talking about the genealogy of the angels. It's talking about the record of what they did. Go ahead.
It says, in the day that Yahweh's powers made the earth and the heavens, and every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb.
Now, this is the first time it said Yahweh, because who gets the credit? Yahweh. Yahweh was the one that said, that's why it says verbatim. What does it say verbatim?
Right, it says, in the day that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens.
Now, is that all caps?
Yep, Lord is all caps. Yep.
What about God?
God is uppercase and lowercase.
The Lord God is talking about Yahweh, all right? Now, let's go to that, what verse is that where it speaks about the Lord God? Let's go to the Lord God and see what word is there.
Yeah, the word that's there is Yahweh for Lord. Yahweh Elohim for God. Yahweh Elohim.
Yeah, which means Yahweh's angels, Yahweh's gods, Yahweh's judges that are under him. He gave the order to his son and the angels, so he gets the credit because it's his plan. You know, it's his blueprint. It's his plan. It's his theater. It's his movie. It's his thing. He's a executive producer, so you can understand. He's the architect. Then you have people under him that know what the hell they got to do. All right? Go ahead.
It says, and every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew. For the Lord's powers had not caused it to rain upon the earth.
Yeah, so back there it didn't rain. If they had a weather channel, all right, you didn't have no guy in a robe talking about it's gonna rain tomorrow. Wear your raincoats. They didn't have rain back then. A lot of you clowns don't even understand that. There was a mist, what we call the dew. If you go up to the country and it's grassy, they haven't rained in a week, but you get up early in the morning and everything's wet, and it looked like it just rained. It didn't rain. It is dew from the ground. That's why the people back there during the time of Noah thought he was out of his damn mind. Because they said there's no such thing as, what you talking about, rain? The only thing they experienced was dew on the ground. Go ahead.
It says, and there was not a man to till the ground, but there went up a mist from the earth, and watered the whole face of the ground.
Which we call the dew. Go ahead.
It says, and the Lord's powers formed man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostril the breath of life.
Now, the Lord is the Lord God. He formed man from the dust of the ground. Now, the term dust is twofold. Dust meaning a literal dust. He came from the earth, all right? And he was, because all the elements that are in man are in the earth. That's why we're known as terrestrial. The word terrestrial means earth, ground, all right, soil, so forth, terra, all right. So on one sense, it's talking about an actual ground, because that's where we came from, the earth. Everything that you see, buildings, cars, everything that you see, the TV set that you watch, if you got a cell phone, whatever you have, it all came from the ground, just like man came from the ground, because all the elements that are in man are in the ground. Now, dust is twofold. Dust also means confusion. If I take dust and throw it in your eyes, you're confused because you can't see in front of you. So the Lord took man out of this confused state and gave him order. And what is the order? Laws. Go ahead.
It says, and the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life.
Breathe into his nostrils, the breath of life is talking about what? He actually received that spirit, and the breath also represents the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of the Most High. All right? Go ahead.
This is our Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7, verse 24. For wisdom is more moving than any motion. She passeth and goeth through all things by reason of her pureness. For she is the breath of the power of the Most High, and a pure influence flowing from the glory of the Almighty. Therefore can no defiled thing fall into her. For she is the brightness of everlasting light, the unspotted mirror of the power of the Most High, and the image of his goodness. And being but one, she can do all things, and remaining in herself, she maketh all things new. And in all ages, entering into holy souls, she maketh them friends of the Most High and prophets.
Yeah, because the prophets of the Most High broke down these scriptures because the Most High gave them that breath, which is that wisdom. Wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Go ahead.
And the Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden.
Now, let's get an understanding of the word Eden. Let's look up the word Eden. Read it in the Hebrew, then read it in the translation.
Yeah, the word Eden in the Hebrew is Aidan. Aidan, which means, it says pleasure, the first habitat of man after the creation, site unknown, a Gershonite Levite, son of Joah, in the days of King Hezekiah of Judah. So the first definition is pleasure.
Yeah, that's synonymous with the word joy, paradise, pleasure. Because when the earth was created, it was created for the enjoyment of man, for the pleasure of man. So now Eden is not over there, that garden. Eden is the whole planet Earth. But when you read the scriptures, it said eastward in Eden. So eastward in Eden would be the eastern side of the earth, which is the so-called Middle East. So now we have an understanding, where did Adam, where was he formed, where did he live, until the Most High took him out of the Garden of Eden. So Eden is the whole planet Earth. All right, go ahead.
And the Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground made the Lord God to grow every tree that is pleasant for the sight and good for food. The tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
Yeah, the tree of life and the tree of knowledge of good and evil is not talking about actual trees. Like you got these illustrations of Adam and Eve eating the apple. Adam and Eve never ate no apple to make them wise. All right? Were you going to Revelation 22? All right, go ahead.
Revelation chapter 22, verse 1. And he showed me a pure river of water of life, clear as crystal, proceeding out of the throne of the Most High. And
the throne of the Most High is where? The throne of the Most High is heaven itself. So that's where that tree going to come out of heaven itself. Go ahead.
And of the Lamb. In the midst of the street of it, and on either side of the river, was there the tree of life, which bare 12 manner of fruits. And
when you think about 12, you think about what? You think about the 12 tribes of Israel, the 12 parts of earth, the 12 tectonic plates of earth, the 12 months in the year, the 12 hours of the day, and so forth, all right? So now, what is this talking about? If it's not talking about an actual tree, it's talking about the formation of the heavens, the stars, the formation of the stars, and so forth. Because at one time, you had Issachar was able to if you know the scripture offhand, I believe it's in Chronicles. If the tribe of Issachar, before Israel went to war, they can look up in the heavens and see whether they're going to win the war or not. That's why if you go to Mexico today, you have these different pyramids. You had this one pyramid or two. You had the pyramid of the sun and the pyramid of the moon. And that goes back to when they first came over here, showing you what? That we were the ones that took part in building them pyramids back in Egypt, because the pyramids were built over here in the Americas. That's when Issachar came over here with the rest of the tribes under the Assyrian captivity. And they came up with that calendar about the end of age, which is supposed to be 2012. Well, they're close. Whether it's going to happen in 2012 or 2013 or the end of 2011, we don't know. But their calendar is close, because they said the end of that calendar is going to end in 2012, the last month of 2012. So how close are they? And the Most High gave them that spirit, man. He didn't give that spirit to all the tribes. He gave that spirit to the tribe of Issachar. Go ahead.
If I may say this a little time. Yeah, because they said that the Mayan calendar, that December 21st, 2012 is the end of an age. You know, so really an age is what? Rulership. So whose rulership? The scriptures say that Esau is the end of the world and Jacob is the beginning of it that followeth. This is our 1 Chronicles chapter 12, verse 32. And of the children of Issachar, which were men that had understanding of the times, to know what Israel ought to do, the heads of them were 200, and all their brethren were at their commandment.
So how do you count time? You look at the sun. The sun's coming up behind the mountain. You know it's morning. It's about 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning, right? When the sun is highest in the sky, that's what? High noon. Okay? When the sun is at the 3 o'clock point, that means you know it's about, you can actually look at the sun and tell what time it is. All right? Back in the ancient world, they used sundials, where they had a device that when the sun would hit it, they can look at that device and they can tell what part of the day it was. And you had hours of the day. You had men that was appointed to say the first hour of the day, the second hour of the day, the third hour of the day, the fourth. When Yahushua was on the cross and that eclipse came, what was that, the ninth hour? Was it the ninth hour? The ninth hour of the day, which I believe was like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. All right? There was another situation where in the book of Acts, the 2nd chapter, when they were saying that the apostles drunk wine. So they said what was the exact time? It was the third hour of the day, which had to be like 9 o'clock in the morning. Because they said, how can they be drinking when it's the third hour of the day? All right, go ahead. So that shows you that they dealt with time. They didn't have watches on their wrists. They looked at the heavens. They dealt with the heavens. That's a science that we're gonna get back in the kingdom. So that don't mean that you're supposed to delve into the zodiac, because that's on the negative side, and that's what Eve went into, the negative side of the so-called, so we don't call it zodiac, that's what they call it. All right? And where you think they got it from? They got it from us. Go ahead.
This is Mark chapter 13, verse 35. Watch ye therefore, for ye know not when the master of the house cometh, at evening, or at midnight, or at the cock crowing, or in the morning.
That's right. That's right. Letting you know the different times. And that's mentioned plenty of times in the scriptures, all right? Where we at?
Back in Genesis chapter 2, verse 8. And the Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. Out of the ground made the Lord God to grow every tree that is pleasant for the sight, and good for food, the tree also of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And a river went out of Eden to water the garden. and from thence it was parted and became into 4 heads.
Yeah, we got to deal with that because this goes back years back where you had these guys, and we spoke about them about maybe a month or two ago. A guy by the name of Sa'adja and another guy by the name of Arum. And they're from the original Boston camp, which the Spirit got on me to go up there to set that camp up. When there was really only 2 of them, then it became a big camp. And then basically what happened was they all went back into the world. But now they see that the prophecies are coming to pass. They're trying to sneak back in there and trying to get back in the position that they were in back then. And you'll still put up a couple of videos here and there. And you see a lot of these guys that you see popping up that you never seen them before. We know all these guys, man. They're from the old school. They go back to the 1992 Israelites, man. See these guys popping up all over the damn place because they're trying to get. They see that the society's going down. They see the prophecies coming to pass left and right. They see that everything's speeding up. So they think they can sneak back in there. They think they can go behind the Most High's back and they can just get back in there like they never left. But guess what? The Most High set up his prophets, which is us. And that's why we expose them every goddamn time, man. You know? Go ahead.
It says, so it says, and a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted and became into 4 heads.
Now that's another clue. We found out that the Most High set up a garden eastward in Eden, right? So that's the middle. That has to be the east, the Middle East, right? He said that he had a river of water go through the garden, and it parted into 4 heads. Now, if a body of water parts into 4 heads, that's what? 4 more bodies of water, right? So now we're going to find out what these 4 more bodies of water are.
The name of the first is Pison. That is it which compasseth the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold. And the gold of that land is good. There is bdellium and the onyx stone. It says, and the name of the second river is Gihon. The same is it that compasseth the whole land of Ethiopia. And the name of the third river is Hiddekel. That is it which goeth toward the east of Assyria. And the fourth river is Euphrates.
Okay, then I gave one river that we that is still named today Euphrates. So now if you go on a ancient biblical map, find where the river Euphrates are, and let's check these other rivers. What was the name of the first river?
Pison.
Right, Pison would have to be the Red Sea. What's the second river?
Gihon.
Read on.
It says, and the name of the second river is Gihon. The same is it that compasseth the whole land of Ethiopia.
What great body of water compasses the whole land of Ethiopia? The Nile River. The Nile River. What was the name? What was the ancient name?
Gihon.
Gihon. What was the first river?
Pison.
The Pison today is called the Red Sea. Because what did it do? What did it compass?
It says, that is it which compasseth the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold.
Now Havilah means parts of Arabia. When you look at that, when you go south of Jerusalem, you go southbound, you're going to run into Arabia. When you go southbound, on the west side is going to be the Nile River, and that other river that's east of the Nile River is what? The Red Sea. And then on the Red Sea, you have 2 gulfs. You have the Gulf of Suez and you have the Gulf of Aqaba, which set up 2 more heads. All right? So now we found out that one river, Adam was placed in that garden in Eden, and there was this river that went through it, and it broke into 4 heads. We found out the first river was the Red Sea, or the first body of water was the Red Sea. The second body of water was the Nile River. Then it spoke about the Hiddekel. We don't know what the Hiddekel is now, right? But it mentioned the last river which was the Euphrates, right? The Euphrates has kept that ancient name. Now I got to look into that name Euphrates. It might be a Greek word because it had another word, but the ancient Greeks knew that it was the Euphrates because I believe they named it that name. Okay, because the name had another name that is not in the scriptures. So if the Euphrates is that river, one of those rivers, one of those four bodies of water, the Hiddekel would have to be what? What's the next great body of water? The Tigris, which is northeast of the Euphrates. Now in the book of Revelation, it speaks about the river Euphrates, which is going to be dried up to prepare the kings of the east. Go ahead.
Real quick. Daniel 10:4. And in the 24th day of the first month, as I was by the side of the great river, which is Hiddekel. Now the precept for Hiddekel says, or Tigris.
Yeah, so they come out and tell you that. That's what it's called now, the Tigris. Go ahead.
This is Genesis 25:17. And these are the years of the life of Ishmael, 137 years. And he gave up the spirit and died, and he was gathered unto his people. And they dwelt from Havilah unto Shur, that is, before Egypt, as thou goest towards Assyria. And he died in the presence of all his brethren.
Yeah, so that's got to be the Red Sea. All right? Now let's go back to where we left off.
It says, Genesis.
Now, going back to what I said about Sa'adi and Aram, they broke it down totally wrong. And that was way back when everything was in order. So you had these young guys that was doing their own damn thing. Just like we found out through the brother in Texas. What's the brother, Bible Basics? What's his Hebrew name? Akkad Lamad. He had made this video recently about a group of guys in Florida that's talking about there's such thing as a hell. Now, when I first saw those guys, there was something funny about those guys. And I said, if they're not men of the Lord, it's going to be come out anyway that they're not men of the Lord. Now, for them to go around and use our name, GMS, and teach that there's a hell, them guys, they err for not knowing the scriptures. So nobody is to deal with those guys. Because just because you put GMS in the front of your name, that don't mean you down with us, all right? And more of you guys are going to fall off. More of you guys that ain't right in the spirit, like the old saying, it all comes out in the wash. You ain't tricking no goddamn body. General Gehenna, he ain't tricking no damn body. We know he sold out. Go ahead.
Back in Genesis 2:14, and the name of the third river is Hiddekel, and that is it which goeth toward the east of Assyria. And the fourth river is Euphrates. And the Lord God took the man and put him into the garden of Eden to dress it and to keep it. And the Lord God commanded the man, saying, of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat.
Yeah, if there's an apple tree, you can eat the apple. If there's a pomegranate tree, the pomegranate, which is we used to call it the Chinese apple as children, that's a pomegranate, and that's mainly grown in the east. And when if you do a word search on pomegranate, that's mentioned in the scriptures many times. So they can eat the pomegranate from the pomegranate tree. They can eat the banana from the banana tree. They can eat the grape from the grape tree. They can eat pear from a pear tree. Those are actual trees that yielded these different fruit that you can physically eat. Go ahead.
But of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil.
Yeah, because that's not a tree that you can eat fruit from. It's something that you can gain wisdom, whether it be negative wisdom or positive wisdom. Go ahead.
It says, thou shalt not eat of it, for in the day that thou eatest thereof, thou shalt surely die. And the Lord God said, it is not good that the man should be alone. I will make him an helpmeet for him. And out of the ground the Lord God formed every beast of the field and every...
So all this madness about a woman being 50-50 to you is bullshit, man. All this madness about a man cheating on a woman, that's bullshit. You just a pair of shoes. You a little higher than a pair of shoes, but that's what you are. You serve a purpose, man. A pair of shoes can't jump up and say, look, why are you buying another pair of shoes? You're supposed to wear me every goddamn day. What you gonna do to them shoes? You gonna throw them shoes out? If they can talk, well, guess what? The Most High set up the woman, created the woman for us. We're the lords over the woman. And I look around at these women, they're completely out of order, man. Man, I saw this one damn woman, she had shorts on, and you can see half the cheek of her fucking ass, man. Women got their titties all out because they got these laws where if you say something negative against a woman, the cops come along, they'll lock you up for looking at it the wrong way. You can be across the street, you look at it the wrong way, that's stalking. They can lock your ass up. That's why there's going to be mass riots. All hell is going to break loose in this country. You going around thinking that everything's okay. Like I passed by Yankee Stadium earlier today, all right, and you had nothing but crackers all up in there because they're going to watch Derek Jeter, which is a Jake. He trying to hit that 3,000 home run. And there ain't nothing but damn crackers, man. And that's right there in the middle of the Bronx, where you know what you got in the middle of the Bronx that live around there? You got Jake, which is Judah, you got Ephraim, you got Benjamin, and something's gonna happen where they're gonna go after them devils, man, during the game. It may just happen that way. Now there was this video up on YouTube with this Issacharite dude going out just cursing crackers out left and right, man. They're calling him a damn hunky, man. So this fire is getting lit. This fire is beginning to this thing is beginning to brew, man. And every dark person or people that are not Edomites, they know that this man's a damn devil, man. All hell is getting ready to break loose. Go ahead.
And out of the ground the Lord power formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the air, and brought them unto Adam to see what he would call them. And whatsoever Adam called every living creature, that was the name thereof.
Like, for example, the first character of the Hebrew, the Lashwan Kodash, is for Alap, which means a cow or cattle. It means cattle. Ba represents Bayath, which is house, which was a tent, and so forth and so on. Lamad is a la, which is a snake. Go ahead.
It says, and Adam gave names to all cattle, and to the fowl of the air, and to every beast of the field. But for Adam there was not found an helpmeet for him. And the Lord power caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept and took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh instead thereof.
Now, that ain't talking about he went and did an operation. The Most High didn't put no whites on and got the nurses and said, give me the scalpel and let me cut him open and take one of his ribs out. That's parabolic talk for the Most High chose a woman for him, of his people. Because when man was placed upon the earth, just like animals, they were placed upon the earth in innumerable amount of people. Somebody get me the book. I mean, you get me the book of Genesis, the 5th chapter. All right? And you can start from the top.
Genesis chapter 5, verse 1. This is the book of the generations of Adam. In the day that the powers created man, in the likeness of the powers made he him.
In this case, it's talking about the history of Adam, the record of Adam, and the genealogy of Adam. Go ahead.
Male and female created he them, and blessed them, and called their name Adam.
Yeah, so it really wasn't no one man, Adam. And then the Most High had to make this woman. Adam had parents. All right? Adam came from the group of people called Adam. And the word Adam means Adama, which means of the earth, all right, or of the ground. Go ahead.
And called their name Adam in the day when they were created.
Right, called their name Adam in the day that they were created. So did the Most High create one man? No. He said in the day that they, plural, man and woman, plural, were created. So where does that go back to? Genesis, the first chapter, I believe, is the 26th verse. Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 1, verse 26. And the power said, let us make man in our image.
Now, wait a minute. This is the God, right? This is God right here speaking. Which, when you go to the first chapter, the word is Elohim. The yum makes it plural. Allah meaning God, power, judge. Yum meaning more than one. And it says he did this and he did that. And him. Now, when you come down to the 26th verse, you notice it said, let us. So who was God talking to? It was Yahweh Shai and the angels, and they were speaking to each other. Let us make man. Go ahead.
It says, and God said that us make man in our image.
Now, when was man made? Go back to the 21st verse.
Genesis 1:21. And God created great whales and every living creature that moveth, which the waters brought forth abundantly after their kind, and every winged fowl after his kind, and the powers saw that it was good.
So, is not man and woman a creature? Were they not created? Read it again.
It says, and the powers created great whales, and every living creature that moveth, which the waters brought forth abundantly after their kind, and every winged fowl after his kind, and the power saw that it was good.
So man was created with the whales and the rest of the animals. But the Most High made man upright. And the Most High said, let us, the angel said, let us make man in our image, meaning let's give them order. Another word for order is what? Laws. Go ahead.
2nd Ezra chapter 6 verse 49. Then didst thou ordain two living creatures, the one thou callest Enoch, and the other Leviathan.
And it's not talking about the one man Enoch, it's talking about man. The word Enoch means upright, educated, learned, wise one. Go ahead.
It says, and the other Leviathan, and didst separate the one from the other, for the seventh part, namely where the water was gathered together, might not hold them both. Unto Enoch thou gavest one part, which was dried up the third day, that he should dwell in the same part wherein are a thousand hills. But unto Leviathan thou gavest the seventh part, namely the moist, and hast kept him to be devoured, of whom thou wilt and when.
Yeah, so you still have the Leviathan, the great sea serpent down there that the Most High have released. Now, if you go back to Greek mythology, they made a movie where Zeus, which is a black man, all right, which is supposed to be the Most High, got mad and said, release the Kraken. Now, the Kraken goes back to the Leviathan. They call it the Loch Ness Monster. So basically, the Greeks take these biblical stories and put their own name to it, man. And who's the only one that can release the Leviathan? The Most High. Go ahead.
Back in Genesis 2:21. And the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept, and he took one of his ribs, and closed up the flesh instead thereof. And the rib which the Lord God had taken from man made he a woman, and brought her unto the man. And Adam said, this is now bone of my bones, and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of man. I got one. Genesis 29:12. And Jacob told Rachel that he was her father's brother, and that he was Rebekah's son. And she ran and told her father. And it came to pass, when Laban heard the tidings of Jacob his sister's son, that he beat him and embraced him and kissed him and brought him to his house. And he told Laban all these things. And Laban said unto him, surely thou art my bone and my flesh. And he abode with him the space of a month.
By the way, those were distant relatives going back to Abraham and to Terah, but they were in Haran. They were known as Syrians. All right. So but they were really Hebrews. So when you go back to Deuteronomy 23:7, a boy not an Edomite, the word there is a boy not Aram, which is the Syrians, because you had our people from the line of Terah, Abraham, Haran, and so forth, that they moved up there and they were being called Syrians. So you got clowns out there saying they're going to use that one scripture saying we got to love an Edomite. You err and not knowing the scriptures. Go ahead. We got to do a topic on that. You err and not knowing the scriptures, and just bring out all these scriptures that they err and not knowing. Go ahead.
All right, back in Genesis 2:23, and Adam said, "This is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman because she was taken out of man. Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his wife, and they shall be one flesh. And they were both naked, the man and his wife, and were not ashamed."
Yeah, the naked part is talking about what? The naked part is really talking about naked to the truth. Naive. All right? All right, go ahead.
This is the book of Romans chapter 16, verse 17. "For your obedience is come abroad unto all men. I am glad therefore on your behalf. But yet I would have you wise unto that which is good, and simple concerning evil."
That's right, and that's what they were. All right, let's go back.
It says, "And they were both naked, the man and his wife, and were not ashamed."
And we're not ashamed. Okay, now that's the end of the second chapter, right? Now let's go to the third chapter. We'll read part of the third chapter. Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 3, verse 1. "Now the serpent was more subtile than any beast which the Lord power had made."
Now who's the serpent? Let's go to Revelation 20, verse 1. This is this damn devil, man. Esau, but he wasn't called Esau back then. See, Esau came in many forms and many guises. The last time he came as Esau. The sons and daughters that he had were known as Edomites, and it stuck like that. The Most High never changed their name no more. At one point, he was called Cain. But when he came back the last time, in Genesis, Genesis the 25th chapter, that was Esau, and that name stuck. And they call themselves under different names, and they don't want the stigma of Esau on them. That's why there's guys out there that make videos and documents saying that they're not Edomites. Because what does it say in the Bible? You got the Bible dictionary? Let's go to Esau. It's either Edom or Esau. I think it's the last sentence. We're dealing with Esau. So this is what the scholars came up with concerning Esau. And they know that they're Edomites. Go ahead.
This is under Edom. It says, "Edom figures prominently in the prophetic scriptures as the scene of great future judgment."
So this destruction didn't take place of Esau because you would have known about it. You would have been like Sodom and Gomorrah took place. We talk about it thousands of years in the future because that was a great destruction. That's why people are able to talk about it. That's why they make specials on it on the History Channel and the Discovery Channel and all these different document type channels. But where's the document or the show on History Channel where they speak about the destruction of the infamous Edomites or the destruction of the nation of Esau? And then they'll go to the place, this is where it took place. This is where Esau was finally destroyed. Let's go into see who Esau is. The remnants of them live in the Carpathian Mountains and they have reds. It don't mean that, man. This thing did not happen yet. This thing is getting ready to happen, and the elite know. And the elite are fucking stupid. You know why? Because they're paying off guys like Comfy, and they're paying off guys like General Gehenna or General Yohana. You wasted your money because you're not going to add 1 second, and those guys are not sharp, man. Them guys ain't sharp. Comfy's not sharp. There wasn't nothing sharp about him. General Yohana's not sharp. He mangles the scriptures, man. So you ain't gonna get none of the GMS guys out there because they've been trained right. They've been taught right. So anybody that comes up with some nonsense, you're gonna get cut, man. So all them GMS brothers, they sharp as hell. So you can't run no games on them, man. The Most High used us to train them brothers well. That's why you don't see Comfy no more, because he failed. Go ahead.
Edom figures prominently in the prophetic scriptures as the scene of great future judgments. See notably Isaiah 34, 5 and 6, and Isaiah 63 and 1. She is the only neighbor of the Israelites who was not given any promise of mercy from God.
So they know that. And they're trying to do everything to upset the prophecies with their space program back in 61. They set up their damn space program to try to search out the heavens to destroy the nation of Israel. But guess what? You had your last flight yesterday, which was the, what was that, the 8th, July the 8th? You had your last flight going up into the heavens, and now you got to piggyback off of the Russians, which the Russians are going to destroy your ass. So you failed. You're finished. It's done. Everything's in place for you to go down. Go ahead.
Revelation 20 and 1. And I saw an angel come down from heaven, having the key of the bottomless pit and a great chain in his hand. And he laid hold on the dragon, that old serpent, which is the devil and Satan, and bound him 1,000 years.
So is it talking about an actual serpent? Because you had one of the pictures set up of this guy Zimmer from Bizarre Foods, and he got a damn snake around his neck, and he's petting the damn snake. It ain't talking about that snake. It's not talking about a actual serpent. It's talking about this damn devil, man. He's also known as a dragon. So this devil, this dragon, from the very beginning, is what? That serpent that's talking to Eve. All right? Go ahead.
Psalms chapter 58 verse 3. The wicked are estranged from the womb. They go astray as soon as they be born, speaking lies. Their poison is like the poison of a serpent.
And what is their poison? Their philosophy. That's why you got these women walking around with short, they get short pants and they cut them even shorter. They got half the cheek, they got 3/4 of the cheek of their ass showing. They wear these tight ass jeans, and they got a thong on, and then they'll put a damn tattoo. They'll wear a cut off shirt, and they'll put a tattoo right above their ass. When you put up tattoos, it's for other people to focus on, right? So you got it right where the ass is, man. And you telling me that there's you got clowns out there talking about the righteous sisters of Israel. You ain't got no righteous sisters of Israel, man. They're all out of order. Go ahead.
It says, their poison is like the poison of a serpent. They are like the deaf adder that stoppeth her ear.
Yeah, so where did he first use his poison? Where did he first use the stinger? The sharp teeth to poison? Poison the doggone woman, man. With that philosophy, man. So why did you think the serpent went to Eve first? That's the reason why, because she was a weaker vessel. Go ahead.
Which will not hearken to the voice of charmers, charming never so wisely. Break their teeth, O Most High, in their...
And that's what the Lord's going to do. Your teeth is your military might. The Most High getting ready to destroy your military. And once your military is destroyed, that's it for you. Go ahead.
In their mouth, break out the great teeth of the young lions, O Lord. Let them melt away as water which run continually.
Because the radiation from the missiles, when those missiles hit ground zero, you're gonna be melted away by those by that radiation. Go ahead.
When he bendeth his bow to shoot his arrows,
that's his missiles, ICBMs. Go ahead.
Let them be as cut in pieces, as a snail which melteth. Let every one of them pass away, like the untimely birth of a woman, that they may not see the sun. Back in Genesis 3 and 1. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord power had made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, hath the Most High said, You shall not eat of every tree of the garden? And the woman said...
And that's what Esau says. You know, these Jake women, these Israelite women, they go to these colleges, right? Jake man ain't really going to no damn college unless he's a flaming faggot, man. Ain't no hardcore Jake out there. He ain't going to no damn trying to get a better himself. Because he knows how to go out there and hustle, man. You can go out there and hustle and make your living. But these our women, go to any damn university where you live at, man, and see them people going into college. Women, Israelite women, and them weak ass, punk ass, pussy whip niggas in the Latin tribes that look all weak and they giggling with the women, walking with the women with the books. Got the books with them. And that shit don't, like my daughter, she had went to this fucking, she got a fucking degree and she haven't found a job in fucking a year and a half. And her damn unemployment done, she's a 99er, so you can understand. Her damn unemployment been ran out. So she's hustling. I told her, as I said, that fucking college is a waste of fucking time. You ain't, that fucking degree that you got ain't nothing but a piece of damn paper. You might as well take it and wipe your ass with it. Go ahead.
And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, the Most High have said, You shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. And the serpent said unto the woman, You shall not surely die, for the God doth know that in the day you eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and you shall be as gods, knowing good and evil.
Yeah, so what did Esau tell you? He said, look, you don't got to listen to the Most High. Listen to me. If you do what I tell you to do, you're going to be over the Most High. The Most High can't tell you nothing. And that's what these black-ass women in these Latin tribes are getting in their head, man. And Esau is telling them that in their institutions of learning. That's why certain guys, like I said, Comfy and General Yohan is sold out. Because Esau got to their head and said, don't worry, the Most High ain't coming. We're going to give you X amount of money. Everything going to be all right. And because they didn't have faith and they didn't believe, they took that damn money. Because if you had faith, you would have never sold out. Go ahead.
It says, And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise.
Yeah, a tree, an apple tree. If you eat an apple, you can eat a ton of apples. It's not going to make you any smarter. Go ahead.
She took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also unto her husband.
What is the fruit? That the philosophy of that tree. Go ahead.
And gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat. And the eyes of them both were open, and they knew that they were naked. And they sewed fig leaves together, and made themselves aprons. And they heard the voice of the Lord power walking in the garden in the cool of the day. And Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord power amongst the trees of the garden.
The trees of the garden is also talking about other nations. Give me that. What is that? Ezekiel 31. You have regular trees that bear fruit. You have the tree of knowledge and good and evil. You have the tree of life, and also you have other people, other nations, which are referred to as trees. Go ahead.
This is the book of Ezekiel 31 and 6. It says, All the fowls of heaven made their nests in his boughs, and under his branches did all the beasts of the field bring.
Now I know boughs. It's in Genesis 49. I don't know if it's in this translation, but when you read about Ephraim, it says the word Ephraim means fruitful. So that's not talking about a tree. That's talking about a tribe of the nation of Israel. Now it spoke about the boughs, and I believe the boughs and the branches. And if you look the word up, matter of fact, go to the blue letter, give them the verse.
Ezekiel 31 and 6.
Now let's see what those words mean, because it could be a different Hebrew word. Go to the one in Genesis, the 49th chapter, on the tribe of Joseph, or Ephraim. I think it's under Joseph. It mentions boughs and branches. Okay, what word comes up?
Boughs and branches, right?
Boughs. Where you at?
31 and 6. Ezekiel 31 and 6.
Go ahead.
Ezekiel 31 and 6. I'm going to look up the word bow, then branches. The Hebrew word there for bow looks like saipah. Saipah, which means bow, branch. Down here, branches.
Okay. It's something different. Now go to name the other scripture.
Genesis 49 and 22.
Go to Genesis 49 and 22.
Genesis 49 and 22, which says, Joseph is a fruitful bow, even a fruitful bow by a well, whose branches run over the wall. Over the wall. Bath. The Hebrew word there for branches is bath, and fruitful they have para. Para. Oh, bow. They have the word there son, ban. Okay. All right. What was that? What's in Genesis 49:22? I clicked on the word for bow. The Hebrew word they have there is ban, which means son, grandson, child, member of a group, son, male child, grandson. Pretty much repeats.
Yeah, so now in Ezekiel, the 31st chapter, it mentions bows as actual bows, but it's actually talking about people. Because just as trees give off apples, and to grow more apple trees, you take the seed out, the same thing with men. So men could also be known as trees. So when they hid themselves among the trees, they hid themselves among them other philosophies. Just like you got Jake that's in the Islam, they learn that language. They shave make their beards. They shave their beards. They grow their beards like the Middle Eastern Arabs, Ishmaelites. They wear the clothing. They walk like them. They act like them, like an Ephraimite. You see a damn Ephraimite that gets all into that Islam, you actually think he's a real Arab. Go ahead.
It says, and all the fowls of heaven made their nests in their bowls. And under his branches did all the beasts of the field bring forth their young. And under his shadow dwelt all great nations. Thus was he fair in his greatness and the length of his branches, for his roots was by great waters.
This is talking about Adam, or the Adamites, because he was greater than all the trees. Go ahead.
The cedars in the garden of the Most High could not hide him.
What garden is it talking about? Wasn't they kicked out of the garden? So why is a garden written in the book of Ezekiel when they got kicked out of the garden so many thousands of years ago? Because Ezekiel is referring back to the garden and to Adam. He's not mentioning Adam. Go ahead.
The cedars in the garden of the Most High could not hide him. The fir trees were not like his bows.
The Hamites, even though Ham is dark brown, woolly hair, but we're not Hamites. We got a different spirit than the Hamites. Go ahead.
And the chestnut trees were not like his branches, nor any tree in the garden of the Most High was like unto him in his beauty. I have made him fair by the multitude of his branches, so that all the trees of Eden that were in the garden of the Most High envied him.
Yeah, so the nations envied us, man. Now let's go back to Genesis.
This is the book of Genesis, chapter 3, and verse 7. And the eyes of them both were opened, and they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves up together and made themselves aprons. And they heard the voice of the Lord power walking in the garden in the cool of the day. And Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord power amongst the trees of the garden. And the Lord power called unto Adam and said unto him, Where art thou? And he said, I heard thy voice in the garden, and I was afraid, because I was naked, and I hid myself. And he said, Who told thee that thou wast naked? Hast thou eaten of the tree whereof I commanded thee that thou shouldest not eat?
So you know it's not talking about an actual tree, that he ate an apple. Go ahead.
And the man said, The woman whom thou gavest to be with me, she gave me of the tree, and I did eat. And the Lord power said unto the woman, What is this that thou hast done? And the woman said, The serpent beguiled me, and I did eat. And the Lord power said unto the serpent, Because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle, and above every beast of the field. And upon thy belly shalt thou go, and dust shalt thou eat all the days of thy life.
Now we know it's not talking about an actual snake, because snakes don't eat dust. It's talking about Esau. Before he was known as Esau, he was basically just the devil that came in a physical form. Then he came as Cain, then he came back as Esau. because the people that came out of, or the tribe or the clan that came out of Cain was destroyed in that flood. There were no more so-called white people, Edomites. So the Most High had to bring them back again in the form of what? Through Isaac and Rebekah. All right? Read that again.
It says, and he said, it says, and the Lord said, and the Lord power said unto the serpent, because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle, and above every beast of the field. Upon thy belly shalt thou go, and dust shalt thou eat all the days of thy life.
Yeah, in that confused state, that caveman, pro-magnum man state. Well, you got Job 30? Go ahead.
Job chapter 30, verse.
And this is the only way. That's why these churches can't understand this book, because this book is not written like a textbook. All right? Go ahead.
Job 30 and 1. But now they that are younger than I have me in derision, whose fathers I would have disdained to have set with the dogs of my flock. Yea, whitherto might the strength of their hands profit me, in whom old age was perished. For want and famine they were solitary, fleeing into the wilderness in former time, desolate and waste, who cut up mallows by the bushes. And
that was the state that they were put in. That's when that curse came upon them. Upon thy belly thou shalt go. Now when Esau came on the scene, it came on the scene later in history, because everybody knows the story of these Edomites, these devils that were living up in the caves and living like cavemen and cave women. Go ahead.
And juniper roots for their meat. They were driven forth from among men. They cried after them as after a thief.
They were driven forth from among the dark nations. And they said, get out of here, you damn thief. And that's what the nations are saying right now. They're saying, get out of here, you damn thieves. Go ahead.
To dwell in the cliffs of the valleys, in caves of the earth, and in the rocks.
That's why if a so-called white man commits a crime, when you call the police, you say it was a white guy, he had blonde hair, blue eyes, he was 6'1", he weighed about 200 pounds, 180 pounds. So where they say, oh, a Caucasian of this height, of this stature, and so forth. Now, what does the word Caucasian mean? It means cave dweller. Now, does that mean you got these Edomites going back to caves? No. That means that their origins go back to the caves. Really, their origins don't go back to the caves, but they were put in the caves. So they think that that's their beginning. At one time, they were upright. They spoke Hebrew. Esau spoke Hebrew. He didn't speak English. He didn't speak with an English accent. He didn't speak German. He spoke Hebrew, because both his parents spoke Hebrew. His brother spoke Hebrew. So they lost that. They went to a point where they were grunting. Go ahead.
Among the bushes they brayed, under the nettles they were gathered together. Yea, they were children of fools, yea, children of base men. They were viler than the earth.
That's right. Now let's go back to where we left off in Genesis. What verse are we in? How many verses do we have before it ends?
24:10.
All right, we might not finish the whole thing, but we'll read a couple more verses. Go ahead.
And the Lord power said unto the serpent, because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle, and above every beast of the field. Upon thy belly shalt thou go, and dust shalt thou eat all the days of thy life. And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. It shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel.
Basically, that goes back to what? That hatred between us and Esau. Even though we came out of the same womb of Rebekah, it said that we were fighting against each other, because that's our nature against Esau. Two manner of people. Now you got these Jakes out there, these Israelites, these lost Israelites out there trying to save Esau. They're not in their right mind. These Israelite groups out there trying to save Esau, they're not playing with a full deck. Stay away from them, man. Go ahead.
It says, unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. And sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee.
Now you got these Edomites, these doctors with all their technology. They can't come up with a drug to stop the labor pains. They can't give you the $1,000 pill that'll stop the labor pains, man. I don't give a damn what you do. You're going to feel them damn pains. And where those pains come from? From the Most High. So when we get in the kingdom, that's a curse that was put on women to feel that pain. Now, in the kingdom of heaven, they ain't going to feel no pain, man. It's going to be natural. They're not going to feel no pain. It's going to be nothing but joy. Go ahead.
And thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee.
Yeah, so the man's supposed to have rulership over you. Everything going to be put back in order. And what verse was that? Okay, so we're going to stop on the 16th verse, and we'll pick it up in the next lesson. Shalom. Shalom, and welcome once again to Elders GMS, giving all praises to Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai. And we're going to go back to the topic that we left off the last time, which was understanding the book of Genesis. And I believe we left off at Genesis, the 3rd chapter, and the 16th verse. So let's read.
Genesis chapter 3, verse 16. Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. And sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee.
Yeah, and I think I went over that last week, and I'm going to go over it again. Basically, that's talking about when a woman is pregnant, she goes through her labor pains. And that was a curse that the Most High had put on all women. So Edomite women get labor pains, the Israelite women get labor pains, Moabite, Ammonites, all women. And that goes to show you that all people come out of Adam. All right? And then it goes on to speak about how thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. Rule over thee meaning he's going to have dominion over thee. All this 50-50 nonsense, man. He's going to have dominion over me, over you. Now, in the kingdom of heaven, everything that we read about is everything going to be put back in order as soon as this damn devil goes down. All right? You got something?
1 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 3. But I would have you know that the head of every man is Christ, and the head of the woman is the man, and the head of Christ is the Most High.
And that's it. That's plain and to the point. Like I said, order's going to be restored when the Most High established the kingdom and established his people, the nation of Israel. Now, I don't give a damn what these clowns say out there. Clown Israelites say that, well, Esau's going to be in the kingdom. Yeah, they are going to be in the kingdom. Esau and the other nations, but they're going to be slaves in the kingdom. All right? Go ahead.
Back in Genesis 3 and 17. And unto Adam he said, because thou hast hearkened unto the voice of thy wife, and hast eaten of the tree of which I commanded thee, saying, thou shalt not eat it.
It said that he listened to his wife. You can't listen to your wife. Your wife is not built to tell you what to do. You're supposed to tell her what to do. That's the order. That's why the Most High is getting ready to destroy this system, this wicked, evil, confused society. Go ahead.
1 Timothy 2 and 13. For Adam was first formed, then Eve. And Adam was not deceived, but the woman being deceived was in the transgression. Notwithstanding, she shall be saved in childbearing if they continue in faith and charity and holiness with sobriety.
That's right. Now let's go back. Go ahead.
Okay. This is back in Genesis 3 and 17. And unto Adam he said, because thou hast hearkened unto the voice of thy wife, and hast eaten of the tree of which I commanded thee, saying, thou shalt not eat of it, cursed is the ground for thy sake. In sorrow shalt thou eat of it all the days of thy life. Thorns also and thistles shall it bring forth to thee, and thou shalt eat the herb of the field. In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread, till thou return unto the ground. For out of it was thou taken, for dust thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return. And Adam called his wife's name Eve, because she was the mother of all living. Unto Adam also and to his wife did the Lord power make coats of skins and clothe them. And the Lord power said,
The coats of skin and clothed them is really talking about their identity. Now, they weren't being called Hebrew Israelites, but when they came back in the reincarnation, they came back in the line of Israel. Because during the time of Adam, they were called the sons of Adam, or Adama, which means the sons of the ground. Then they were called Hebrews, because you had different families of the Hebrews, and then you had a separation among the Hebrew families. And give me that one in, I believe it's in Philippians 3, if I'm not mistaken. I believe it's Philippians 3 and 5, if I'm not mistaken. Hebrew of the Hebrews. Is that it? All right, go ahead.
This is Philippians 3 and 5. Circumcised the 8th day of the stock of Israel, of the tribe of Benjamin.
You know what? Start at the very top.
Philippians 3 and 1. Finally, my brethren, rejoice in the Lord. To write the same things to you, to me indeed is not grievous, but for you it is safe. Beware of dogs, beware of evil workers, beware of the concision.
Right. Beware of dogs, beware of evil workers, beware of the concision. Like, I'm going to give you some examples. Patak, Sarge, James, Tony, guys that we got nicknamed for a lot of these guys, and many others that have, came into the fold, but then they had showed that they were wicked, and either they left or they were kicked out. All right, go ahead.
For we are the circumcision which worship the Most High in the Spirit, and rejoice in Yahushua, and have no confidence in the flesh, though I might also have confidence in the flesh. If any other man thinketh that he hath whereof he might trust in the flesh, I more. Circumcised the 8th day, of the stock of Israel, of the tribe of Benjamin, and Hebrew of the Hebrews.
Right, and Hebrew of the Hebrews. Now, when you go back to the families of the Hebrews, you had more than one family of the Hebrews, all right? Out of Ibar came these different families, and then these families his sons, and out of his sons came other sons, and then out of that lineage, out of that line, you had that one Hebrew family that eventually became what? Israelites, because Esau is a Hebrew. Elam is a Hebrew. Elam he's a Hebrew too. I believe he came from Shem. He's from Shem. All right. Right. Ishmael is a Hebrew. Moab, Ammon are Hebrews. So you had the sons of Torah are Hebrews. The two brothers of Abraham are Hebrews. So you had a lot of Hebrew families. So when Paul said, I am a Hebrew of the Hebrews, meaning he wasn't a Edomite Hebrew, he wasn't a Moabite Hebrew, Ishmaelite Hebrew, he was a Hebrew Israelite. So we call ourselves Israelites, but we also call ourselves Hebrew Israelites. All right, go ahead.
And Hebrew of the Hebrews, as touching the law, a Pharisee.
Yeah, because you got guys saying that if you're a Pharisee, you're wicked. Now, Paul just said, as touching the law, a Pharisee. Paul called himself a Pharisee. So is Paul wicked? Pharisees and scribes were officers going back 2,000 years ago and before. Scribes wrote things down. You had the Levitical priests and so forth. But then you had guys people in that office, or Israelites in that office, that were just plain wicked. Go ahead.
Concerning zeal, persecuting the church, touching the righteousness which is in the law, blameless.
Okay, now let's go back to where we left off.
This is back in Genesis 3 and 21. Unto Adam also and to his wife did the Lord power make coats of skin and clothe them. And the Lord power said, behold.
Yeah, the coats of skin and clothed them is talking about their identity. Now, we did a special on last week on the GMS in Transit entitled, I think it was Ezekiel the 38th chapter. Was Ezekiel the 37th chapter. And basically there's a verse in there, we don't have to go into it, where it tells you about dry bones and flesh coming on those bones. Well, that's our identity of who we are. So the Most High did make a difference between the Israelites, the Edomites, the Moabites, the Hamites, and so forth. All right? Go ahead.
Jeremiah 17:4. And thou even thyself shalt discontinue from thine heritage that I gave thee, and I will cause thee to serve thine enemies in the land which thou knowest not, for you have kindled a fire in my anger which shall burn forever.
Right, now give me the Apocrypha and get me the 2nd Ezra, the 6th chapter. I believe it's the 54th verse. Go ahead.
2nd Ezra chapter 6 verse 54. And after these Adam also, whom thou madest Lord of all thy creatures, of him come we all, and the people also whom thou hast chosen. All this have I spoken before thee, O Lord.
Yeah, the people also whom the Lord have chosen. So out of all these different people that came out of the line of Adam, there was only one group of people that the Most High had chosen. So who's going to be in the kingdom? The ones that the people that the Most High chose, which is us, the Israelites. Go ahead.
And this have I spoken before thee, O Lord, because thou madest the world for our sakes.
Our sakes is talking about who? The Israelites, the chosen. The Most High made the world for our sakes. Go ahead.
As for the other people which also...
How can you not understand that? As for the other people, who are the other people? The Edomites, the Moabites, the Ammonites, the Hamites, the Japhites, the Elamites, right, the Ishmaelites, and all the other nations. Go ahead.
As for the other people which also come of Adam, thou hast said that they are nothing, but be like unto spittle, and hast likened the abundance of them unto a drop that falleth from a vessel. And now, O Lord, behold, these heathen, which have ever been reputed as nothing, have begun to be lords over us, and to devour us. But we thy people, whom thou hast called thy firstborn, thy only begotten, and thy fervent lover, are given into their hands. If the world now be made for our sakes, why do we not possess an inheritance with the world? How long shall this endure?
That's right. That's right. Go ahead.
Back in Genesis chapter 4, verse 22. And the Lord power said, Behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand, and take also of the tree of life, and eat and live forever. Therefore the Lord power sent him forth from the Garden of Eden, to till the ground from whence he was taken. So he drove out the man, and he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubims, and a flaming sword which turned every way to keep the way of the tree of life.
Yeah, when you look up the word cherubims, as a matter of fact, look it up. And there's a difference between the word cherubims and seraphims. All right?
Yeah, the Hebrew word there for cherubim is karawab, which means cherub, cherubim, an angelic being, as guardians of Eden, as flanking God's throne, as an image from hovering over the ark of the covenant, as the chariot. They have Jehovah, but you know his name is Yahweh. Cherubim, in the theology of the Hebrews, a being of a sublime and celestial nature, in figure compounded of that of a man, an ox, a lion, and an eagle. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, so it's a mighty one, a mighty angel. Go ahead.
Genesis 4 and 1. And Adam knew Eve his wife, and she conceived and bare Cain, and said, I have gotten a man from the Lord. And she again bare his brother Abel, and Abel was a keeper of the sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground.
Yeah, now, one thing that is important is that you look up these words. And a good tool to use is you got the blue letter. But like I said, the blue letter is a good tool to use, but it goes off at times. So sometimes you have to go to the Ben Yehudi. Sometimes you have to go to the different Bible dictionaries, and you have to kind of filter it out through the spirit, through your spiritual filter, which the Most High is working with you. It tells you in Revelation, I believe it's the 3rd chapter, the 19 verse on down. It says how the Most High going to sup with us. So it's the Most High, Yahweh Shai, the Spirit of Yahweh Shai, and the Most High that come to you, Yahweh Shai come to you in the Spirit and guide you to get these understandings as well. And the Most High set us up to bring you this understanding too. All right? Read that again.
Right, it says, Genesis 4:1, and Adam knew Eve his wife, and she conceived and bare Cain, and said, I have gotten a man from the Lord.
Now, when you look up that word Cain, it means like a dagger, the head of a spear, something that sticks you and kill you, thrusts you and kill you. Go ahead.
It says, and again bare his, and she again bare his brother Abel, and Abel was a keeper of the sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground.
And Abel, when you look that up, they'll give you a couple of different definitions. And loosely translated, it means transitory. Now, when you go to the blue letter, I think it's a different definition. What was the other definition? Well, breath is somewhat close, because what is a breath when you break it down? A breath comes out of your mouth in the cold. You see it through the cold in the air, and then it disappears. So breath is what? Also transitory. That's where you get the word transit, like the bus system, the train system. They're all called transit because you're waiting to get on this train or this bus, and it comes for a couple of seconds. You get on there and it goes. That's why if you run, you'll miss the bus or you'll miss the train, because it's transitory. All right.
Excuse me, to back up Elder Tar, it's in the blue letter too, and you'll see it. It says commonly used of anything transitory, evanescent, frail.
So both of these names that Adam gave both of his sons, and by the way, Adam was a dark-skinned man, Eve was a dark-skinned woman, so both of the sons were dark-skinned children. Now the spirit that's in Cain was the spirit of the damn devil. So when Cain came back, or his line came back, because his line was killed during the flood, his spirit came back in the form of Esau. But when he came back as Esau, the mark was already on him. When he was born as Cain, he was a dark man. He looked just like his parents and his brother. And he looked like everybody else on the planet at that time, because all people were dark. Not like this bullshit that they teach you in the Mormons. You got these idiots in the Mormons. Speak for a minute while I get this.
Yeah, so the bottom line is, that the Mormons, the reason why they put this stuff that they put in that crap that they call the Book of Mormons is because they're trying to say that the Israelites are white, that the Most High is white, that Yahweh Shai is a white man, which is all a bunch of lies. That's why when you see certain maps that they set up, there's certain maps that they have that they'll say that there was Hebrew found here and all these other relics of Israel, but they'll say that Kukulkan was a white god and all this other crap. And the reason why is because they know that the tribes came over here, but what they try to do, they try to say that they're the tribes, So they got one part of it right, but then they try to mix it in and try to say that they're the Israelites. This to show you how much of the devil they are.
Yeah, I got this right here. This is 2nd Nephi, the 5th chapter. 2nd Nephi, the 5th chapter, the 20th and the 21st verse.
Okay. This is us.
So you can't run no games on us, man. All right? You can't run no games on us. We know about your damn Book of Mormons, Book of Morons. We know about your Kebra Negas that you illuminated ones put out.
Yeah. 2 Nephi 5:20. It says, "Wherefore the word of the Lord was fulfilled, which he spake unto me, saying that inasmuch as they will not hearken unto thy words, they shall be cut off from the presence of the Lord. And behold, they were cut off from his presence. And he had caused a cursing to come upon them, yea, even a sore cursing, because of their iniquity. For behold, they had hardened their hearts against him, and they had become like unto a flint. Wherefore, as they were white and exceedingly fair and delightsome, that they might not be enticing unto my people, the Lord power did cause a skin of blackness to come upon them."
Now that's totally contrary to the scriptures. Because when you turn white, that's a curse of leprosy. Give me the book of Numbers 12 and 10. And then give me, what is that, Leviticus, the 13th chapter. Round about, I believe it was like the 30-something verse. Around there. Okay. So the truth is coming out on you damn devils, man.
Yeah, because the brothers mentioned Mormon. This is from Wikipedia, Mormonism and Freemasonry. It says the relationship between Mormonism and Freemasonry began early in the life of Mormon founder Joseph Smith, as his older brother and possibly his father were Freemasons. Now remember what this guy Albert Pike said. He said that Freemasonry is basically witchcraft. So there you go. It says Joseph Smith Jr., as his older brother and possibly his father were Freemasons, while the family lived near Palmyra, New York. Nevertheless, in the late 1820s, the Western New York religion, or the Western New York region, was swept with anti-Masonic fervor. And the Book of Mormon, a foundational religious book published by Smith in 1830, is generally considered to reflect that anti-Masonic sentiment by condemning what is portrayed or portrays as oath-bound conspiratorial organizations. So basically they're telling you here that the Book of Mormon really came out of Masonry. Now, Masonry, like I said, if you go back to what Albert Pike said, which he was considered, what's the word? He was considered the champion, for lack of a better term, of Masonry. He said that Masonry is witchcraft. So this book, the Book of Mormon, came out of Joseph Smith, who Joseph Smith himself was a Freemason. So there you go.
Yeah, so, you know, everything that you devils, that's part of that flood that you put out to deceive Israelites. Because you got a lot of the Latin tribes and a lot of simple-ass Negroes that's down with that nonsense, the Latter-day Saints, which they don't even know their book. You know, you can deal with any of those clowns out there, whether they Jehovah's Witness, Seventh-day Adventists, Mormons, the Rastafarians, Islam, and you can destroy them with their own knowledge because they're not even deep in their own book. All right? But we'll find that later, you know, unless you got it. You got it? All right, go ahead. Mark it down, brother. Give me a pen. Mark it down. Put down God made more niggas. Put curse of blackness came off or whatever. And put that precept at that one to lead to that one. From 2 Nephi. It's that's one thing about that book. They put the precepts up in there. All right. All right, go ahead and read that.
All right, this is 3rd Nephi chapter 2 verse 14. And it came to pass that those Lamanites who had united with the Nephites.
First of all, there's no such thing. Look up put the word Lamanites in there. The hell did Lamanites come from? Ain't no such thing as Lamanites, man. When you go to the table of nations and when you go to the books of the Chronicles, there's no such people as Lamanites. And for that matter, there's no such people as Nephites. So that's more madness that the illuminated ones put out to confuse the people. But like it says in Matthew 24, they're not going to deceive the very elect. If it were possible, they would deceive the very elect, but it's not possible. So all that stuff is nothing to us. We just, you know, you just like pushing the fly off you, man.
Yeah, in Wikipedia, Lamanite, it says, according to the Book of Mormon, a Lamanite is a member of a dark-skinned nation of indigenous Americans that battle with the light-skinned Nephite nation. Although mainstream archaeologists, geneticists, and historians do not recognize the existence of Lamanites. And yeah, reading it again, it says Lamanite from the Wikipedia Free Encyclopedia. According to the Book of Mormon, a Lamanite is a member of a dark-skinned nation of indigenous Americans that battle with the light-skinned Nephite nation. Although mainstream archaeologists, geneticists, and geneticists and historians do not recognize the existence of Lamanites, adherents of the Latter-day Saint movement typically believe that the Lamanites comprise some part, if not the entirety, of the indigenous peoples of the Americas and the Polynesian people.
You know what? Hold that tab up there because I want to get a copy of that. We're going to get into this downtown too. Like this stupid idiot bubble-eyed blackfish that clearly sold out. You know, he sold out, Comfy sold out, and you don't see Comfy no more because everybody knows he sold out, you know? And then everybody knows that Bubble-Eye sold out. And the new guy that sold out was this guy, General Yohana. That's another sellout, man, okay? And the Most High set us up to reveal all these sellouts, okay? Go ahead.
Yeah, it says the Book of Mormon describes the Lamanites as descendants of Laman and Lemuel, two rebellious brothers of a family of Israelites who crossed the ocean in a boat around 600 BC. Their brother Nephi founded the Nephite nation. The Lamanites reputedly gained... This is total bullshit.
This is some bull. I'm gonna say it like what's her name? Sloane. You know, in the movie Bamboozled. This is some bullshit. All right. You can't just be of a certain line of Israelites or Hebrews, and all of a sudden you decide to make up your own nation. Like I decided to make up a nation called the Taharites. You can't do that. The nations are already established. So this book here, the Book of Mormon, is a joke, man. That's a real joke. Okay? We don't got to do no more reading on that, man. I'll probably get a copy of it, and we'll go into it later today. And then we'll get the icon books. You got to bring them icon books out, too. Go ahead.
This is 3rd Nephi 2 and 14.
Boy, them Edomites, they better get out of town, man, because we're going to get them today. Go ahead.
It says, and it came to pass that those Lamanites who had united with the Nephites were numbered among the Nephites, and their curse was taken from them, and their skin became white like unto the Nephites. And their young men and their daughters became exceedingly fair, and they were numbered among the Nephites and were called Nephites, and thus ended the 13th year.
Basically, they were cursed with blackness, but when they got their act together, the Most High brought them back to being crackers all over again, right? Were you holding? All right, go ahead.
Numbers chapter 12, verse 10. And the cloud departed from all And behold, Miriam was leprous, white as snow. And Aaron looked upon Miriam, and behold, she was leprous. And Aaron said unto Moses, Alas, my Lord, I beseech thee, lay not the sin upon us, wherein we have done foolishly, and wherein we have sinned. And let her not be as one dead, of whom the flesh is half consumed when he cometh out of his.
Yeah, so he didn't praise the Lord. Oh my goodness, she became a Nephite. That was a curse. Go ahead.
He said, let her not be as one.
And now, who both came against Moses? Aaron and Miriam, right? But who received the curse? Miriam. Why do you think Miriam got the curse put on her ass? Because she's a woman. Go ahead.
It says, let her not be as one dead, of whom the flesh is half consumed when he cometh out of his mother's womb. And Moses cried unto the Lord, saying, Heal her now, O power.
By the way, Esau came out of his mother's womb like that, half dead. Not looking right. Go ahead.
I beseech thee. And the Lord said unto Moses, If her father had but spit in her face, should she not be ashamed 7 days? Let her be shut up from the camp 7 days, and after that let her be received in again. And Miriam was shut out from the camp 7 days, and the people journeyed not till Miriam was brought in again. And afterward the people removed from Hazeroth.
Yeah, and you black-ass women, man, we're going to do that too in the wilderness when you act up. We're going to shut you out, and we're going to put you out there in the woods by yourself. You're going to hear all those wolves in the background, different animals and whatnot, and you're going to bug out. And then when you come back, if you make it back in one piece, you know, if a wolf don't get your ass, or some animal or something, or you don't get, or some mountain lion eat your ass, then when your ass come back in, you're going to be in order, all right? And we're going to do that to you nigga women. We're going to put you out of the woods. We're going to leave you out there for a week, all right? So you better know how to eat the right beetles and shit and know how to goddamn survive. Go ahead.
If this is Leviticus 13 and 29. If a man or woman have a plague upon the head or the beard, then the priest shall see the plague, and behold, if it be in sight deeper in the skin, and there be in it a yellow thin hair.
Yeah, that's called blind hair. And they got a saying, blinds have, blinds have more fun? Well, it ain't fun being cursed with leprosy. There's nothing fun about that. Go ahead.
And if it be in sight deeper than the skin, and there be in it a yellow thin hair, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a dry scald, even a leprosy upon the head or beard.
Go ahead.
And the priest looked on the plague, and if the priest look on the plague of the scald, and behold, it be not in sight deeper than the skin, and that there is no black hair in it, then the priest shall shut him up that hath the plague of the scald 7 days. And in the 7th day the priest shall look on the plague, and behold, if the scald spread not, and there be there be in it no yellow hair, and the scald be not in sight deeper in the skin, he shall be shaven, but the scald shall he not shave, and the priest shall shut him that had the scald 7 days more. And in the 7th day the priest shall look on the scald, and behold, if the scald be not separated in the skin, nor be in sight deeper than the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him clean, and he shall wash his clothes and be clean.
So basically, you Edomites, you got a damn problem, man, especially you blondes out there. If you got blue eyes and you have blind hair, that's a defect, man. That's a form of that's leprosy. Okay, so you're subhumans. All right, that's it on that. Now let's go back to Genesis.
All right, this is Genesis, back in Genesis 4 and 2. And she again bare his brother Abel, and Abel was a keeper of the sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. And in process of time it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground an offering unto the Lord. And Abel he also brought of the firstlings of his flock, and of the fat thereof. And the Lord had respect unto Abel and to his offering, but unto Cain and to his offering he had not respect. And Cain was very wroth, and his countenance.
Yeah, well, why didn't the Lord have respect for him? Read that part again. What did he do?
It says, and Abel and in process of time it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground an offering unto the Lord.
You were supposed to bring certain animals and sacrifice them, which Abel did, and you didn't. Now, Go from there. Get me the book of, you know what I want, Psalms. Psalm 50 and 16. And then also get me Isaiah 26 and 10. Because you in the land of Israel, you've made it to the land through the Rothschilds. And what do you got over there? You got kosher pigs, you got Pink City, you got gay parades, you got all kind of madness. So you got the land. You have the whole world thinking that you the real Jews, and that you in the land. You calling yourself the Israelites or the Jews, but then look at what you're doing over there. So that proves right there that you can't be in our kingdom. You can't be side by side by us. You're going to have to be working out in the field and getting a foot in your ass. Go ahead.
Psalms chapter 50, verse 16. But unto the wicked the Most High saith, what hast thou to do to declare my statutes?
Yeah, the wicked is talking about Esau, as we all should know. Go ahead.
Or that thou shouldest take my covenant in thy mouth.
Yeah, because you go to these temples and you bring out the Torah, right? And you read from the Torah and you get the Torah blessing, and you do the Shemais and all that. Shemai, Eloheinu, the way your idiots do it. But you know what? You ain't getting no blessing from the Most High. Because you first of all, you're devils. That's in your spirit. And just because you have some form of Hebrew and you in the land, that don't mean you're going to get a blessing, man. When the kingdom comes, you're going to get destroyed. First of all, you go into slavery, and then after a time of slavery, you're going to be exterminated. Go ahead.
Or that thou shouldest take my covenant in thy mouth, seeing...
Because you don't keep the laws. There's one kid, this little so-called Jewish kid, and they even got it on tape. This other so-called Jew, grown man, took this kid and chopped his ass up, and took part of the bodies is in Brooklyn, I believe. Part of the body parts was in a damn dumpster like 2 blocks down, and then the other body parts was in this guy's freezer, and this guy's a so-called Jew. So you are straight up devils, man. And they're not calling him a devil. They're not calling him a monster. Oh, we got to do some psychological tests. If a damn nigga did it, you wouldn't say, well, we got to do some You would call him a monster. You fucking devils. But you can't help it. That's in your spirit to do what you do. That's why we have to burn you, man. We have to destroy you through the power of Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai. And it's going to happen. Go ahead.
Yeah, if I may say this, Olatar. Yeah, and then on that show, To Catch a Predator, they had this so-called rabbi, a so-called Jew rabbi, that was soliciting sex from a little boy, from a young boy, and they caught his ass. Okay, just to let you know how and all you devils do that, all you so-called rabbis do that. But the problem is you never got caught. This is Psalms 50 and 17. Seeing thou hatest instruction and castest my words behind.
And then you got idiots out there like Uncle Ruckus. He's at the top of the list. I mean, this guy's he's truly that's a cartoon character, but he's truly Uncle Ruckus, man. They made that character out of him, man. Go ahead.
It says, seeing, or that thou shouldest take my covenant in thy mouth, seeing thou hatest instruction, and castest my words behind thee. When thou sawest a thief, then thou consentedest with him.
Seest thou hatest instruction, and castest my words behind thee. Go ahead.
When thou sawest a thief, then thou consentest with him, and hast been partakers with adulterers. Thou givest thy mouth to evil, and thy tongue frameth deceit. Thou sittest and speakest against thy brother. Thou slanderest thine own mother's son. These things hast thou done, and I kept silence. Thou thoughtest that I was altogether such an one as thyself. But I will reprove thee and set them in order before thine eyes.
Who's the them? Israel. What is the Most High going to do? He's going to reprove you Edomites, the wicked, and he's going to set them, the Israelites, in front of your eyes. So when you see the different camps all around the world and around Babylon, that's a fulfillment. All right, so the average Joe the cop, he don't know what's going on. The average cracker that goes shopping, walk down the street and see you, he don't know what the hell is going on. But the elite know exactly what's going on. The Rothschilds, the warlocks, the super rich families of the earth, they know exactly what's going on, and they go into these scriptures and they say, yep, this is being fulfilled. So what they're doing now, they're going to certain guys and paying them off. And these guys are not men of the Lord anyway. They're actors, like this guy, General Yohana. What's this other dude? This other Bubble-Eyed Blackfish. What's the other dude? Zabak. You know, them guys are all paid off, man. Now, I'm telling you that y'all all got paid off. Now, you prove me wrong. Go ahead.
This is Isaiah 26:10. Let favor the wicked, yet will he not learn righteousness. And
you got clowns out there like number one on the list. You got Uncle Ruckus. He's up there talking about there's certain Edomites are going to be saved. He did a whole series called Esau Saved in the Bible or something like that. He's not playing with a full deck, man. And I know they didn't pay him off. Why would you pay him off? Nobody listens to him. He's just a bugged out individual, man. You know what, man? Satan don't even want you, man. You really doing bad when Satan don't want your ass. Go ahead.
It says, let favor be showed to the wicked, yet will he not learn righteousness. In the land of uprightness will he deal unjustly.
And aren't you in the land of uprightness in the land of Israel? What are you doing over there in the land of Israel? You being wicked as hell, man. You talking about I'm a bless a pig and it's going to become kosher. And then you got these gay parades. You got sex change operations over there. You got transvestites. You got all manner of, and then a lot of them rabbis, or I'll say all of them, they have sex with little boys, just like your Roman Catholic priests. Go ahead.
It says, and will not behold the majesty of the Lord. Lord, when thy hand is lifted up, they will not see. But they shall see and be ashamed for their envy at the people. Yea, the fire of thine enemies shall devour them.
And that fire is what? Them nuclear missiles, those lasers coming out the ships that the Lord's going to come back in. Now let's go back to where we left off.
Genesis 4:4. And Abel he also brought of the firstling of his flock and of the fat thereof, and the Lord had respect unto Abel and to his offering. But unto Cain and to his offering he had not respect. And Cain was very wroth, and his countenance fell. And the Lord said unto Cain, why art thou wroth, and why is thy countenance fallen? If thou doest well, shalt thou not be accepted?
Yeah, because Esau do something dead wrong, and then when he gets checked, he got an attitude about it. That's why he has to be destroyed. That's why he has to be liquidated. That's why he has to be exterminated. Go ahead. Like brothers in one of them camps, this cop came up, and them brothers, I saw the video, one of the GMS camps out there, I believe in the Midwest, Mississippi, one of them places out there, and they were getting to this damn cracker cop so damn bad, man. Even the devil cop had to pick up the sign and look behind it, you know? And he was getting all messed up. He said, you know, I'm going to really listen to these guys and show them that they going off. And them brothers were getting into that damn devil. I know when that devil went home, he couldn't go to sleep. He couldn't go to sleep. Go ahead.
It says, if thou doest well, shalt thou not be accepted? And if thou doest not well, sin lieth at the door. And unto thee shall be his desire, and thou shalt rule over him.
Yeah, thou shalt rule over him is talking about the spiritual demon Satan. That's your daddy, man. The spiritual demon Satan. Go ahead.
And Cain talked with Abel his brother. And it came to pass, when they were in the field, that Cain rose up against Abel his brother and slew him. And the Lord said unto Cain, where is Abel thy brother?
And you know, you always like to talk about the first man on the top of the Himalaya mountains, the first man in space, the first man to hit so far on the bottom of the sea, the first man that did this. Well, guess what? You're the first damn murderer, man. Go ahead.
And the Lord said unto Cain, where is Abel thy brother? And he said, I know not. Am I my brother's keeper? And he said, what hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood crieth unto me from the ground. And now art thou...
Now, what does that mean? What does that mean? Give me Revelation, the 6th chapter, and I believe it's the 9th verse. Go ahead.
Revelation chapter 6, verse 9. And when he had opened the 5th seal, I saw under the altar the souls of them that were slain for the word of the Most High.
So when did that happen? Go back 2,000 years ago. when they slain the apostles. When they slain the apostles, they when they went into the spirit world, they complained to the Most High for justice. So the same thing happened when Cain slew Abel. When he went into the spiritual realm before the Most High, he complained for justice. Go ahead.
It says, and for the testimony which they held, and they cried with a loud voice, saying, How long, O Lord, holy and true, dost thou not judge and avenge our blood on them that dwell on the earth?
Yeah, because now were they out of order for saying that? No, they wasn't out of order. So are we out of order for asking the Most High to destroy this place? Hell no. Now where do we leave off at? Go ahead.
Genesis 4 and 11. I'm sorry, 10. And he said, What hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood crieth unto me from the ground, and now art thou cursed from the earth.
And blood means the spirit. It ain't actually talking about blood that comes out your body. It's talking about the spirit. Go ahead.
It says, And now art thou cursed from the earth, which hath opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood from thy hand. When thou tillest the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto thee her strength.
Yeah, that's why now you have to use them damn GMOs, genetically modified organisms. So when you eat corn, it's not real corn. When you eat a chicken, it's not a real chicken. That's why you're sick all the goddamn time. Because you're eating this bad. You're not eating real food. Is like medicine, man. Especially when you eat herbs, when you eat vegetables, when you eat apples and so forth. Like I'm gonna give you an example. I believe it's in Daniel the 2nd chapter, where Daniel did this experiment. I believe he took 10 men to eat the king's food, and then 10 men to eat pulse, which is vegetables. And the ones that ate the pulse was, you don't know what it is exactly, I believe it's the 2nd chapter. All you got to do is put the word pulse right in the box up there. You see that? Yeah, the box. It's in the 1st chapter. I'm sorry, it's in the 1st chapter. All right, go ahead. Was it 10?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
This is Daniel chapter 1.
And key on that word, Daniel 1 verse 10. Key on the word pulse. Let's see what the Hebrew word there is. Go ahead.
I'll start at 9. Daniel 1 and 9. Now the Most High had brought Daniel into favor and tender love with the prince of the eunuchs. And the prince of the eunuchs said unto Daniel, I fear my lord the king, who hath appointed your meat and your drink. For why should he see your faces worse liking than the children which are of your sort? Then shall you make me endanger my head to the king. Then said Daniel to Melzar, whom the prince of the eunuchs had set over Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah.
Which is their Babylonians' names was Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Go ahead.
Prove thy servant, I beseech thee, 10 days, and let them give us pulse to eat and water to drink. Then let our countenances...
That's why I'm always drinking water. And I never get sick, you know? And I eat a lot of vegetable. I eat that meat too, but I like to eat a lot of vegetables, man. You know? You never get sick. Go ahead.
It says, Then let our countenances be looked upon before thee, and the countenance of the children that eat of the portion of the king's meat. And as thou seest, deal with thy servants. So he consented to them in this manner, and proved them 10 days. And at the end of the 10 days, their countenances appeared fairer and fatter in flesh than all the children which did eat the portion of the king's meat. Thus Melzar gave the portion of their meat and the wine that they should drink, and gave them pulse.
Yeah, so they were eating that rich food. You know, the king got that money and that power. He's going to eat that rich food. Royal dainties. All right? Go ahead.
Yeah, in Daniel 1 and 12, we're going to look at the word pulse in the Hebrew. The word there is zara'ain. Zara'ain, which means vegetables. Vegetables, herbs, vegetable food. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
That's it. You know, and Jake, they have a lousy diet, man. You know, they eating that crap, nothing but goddamn crack, man. Crap all day. And that's why these niggas is always in the damn hospital, man. That's why you see a lot of Jakes out there limping down the street, bent over, back with a cane, back all messed up, man. You know? Go ahead.
When thou tillest the ground, it shall henceforth yield unto thee. When thou tillest the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto thee her strength. A fugitive and a vagabond shalt thou be in the earth. And Cain said unto the Lord, my punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and from thy face shall I be hid, and I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth.
Right, a fugitive and a vagabond upon the earth. That means you escape injustice. That's why the Most High set us up and to come out there and curse you out, and then you get mad. You try to use the cops to kick us off the block. You come with these bullshit because we're cursing you out, just like all the nations are doing, man. What's happening over there in Greece? They found out that they found out about the illuminated ones and the New World Order and the Rothschilds and the elite bankers and stuff. So people are waking up all over the world, but we really woke up because we know who the hell you are. And we know what's supposed to happen to you and what's supposed to happen to us. We're supposed to be establishing the kingdom, and you're going to be our slaves. So you try to hide and run and pass laws for us not to bring this truth out. But this truth is coming out, and you can't stop this truth. Go ahead.
This is Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 2, verse 14. He was made to reprove our thoughts. He is grievous unto us, even to behold. For his life is not like other men's. His ways are of another fashion. We are esteemed of him as counterfeits. He abstaineth from our ways as from filthiness. He pronounceth the end of the just to be blessed, and maketh his boast that the Most High is his Father. Let us see if his words be true, and let us prove what shall happen in the end of him. For if the just man be the son of the Most High, he will help him and deliver him from the hand of his enemies.
That's exactly what's going to happen. The Most High is going to, we're in the hands of our enemies. Now, if you're in the hands of your enemies, you're not supposed to be trying to save your enemies. Talking about the Most High can save you too. Go ahead.
Let us examine him with despitefulness and torture, that we may know his meekness and prove his patience. Let us condemn him with a shameful death, for by his own sayings he shall be respected. Such things they did imagine, and were deceived, for their own wickedness has blinded them. As for the mysteries of the Most High, they knew them not, neither hoped they for the wages of righteousness, nor discerned a reward for blameless souls. For the Most High created man to be immortal, and he made him to be an image of his own eternity. Nevertheless, through the envy of the devil came death into the world, and they that do hold of his side do find it.
Now let's go back to where we left off.
Genesis 4 and 14. Behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and from thy face shall I be hid. And I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth, and it shall come to pass that every one that findeth me shall slay me. And the Lord said unto him,
because there's going to come a time where they're going to physically try to, when they see the people of the earth, well, let's say America, because if your eyes were open as to what's really going on, you would do like them Greeks out there in Greece. But you're going to do that anyway, because you're going to feel this pressure. You're going to feel this pressure. But right now, you're asleep. Give me Isaiah 25, verse 7. Go ahead.
Isaiah chapter 25, verse 7. And he will destroy in this mountain the face of the covering cast over all people, and the veil that is spread over all nations.
Yes, so you got that. You don't know what's going on. You voting for the next guy. Well, let's vote for him. Let's put this guy in office. You don't know that there's people behind the scenes that control them people, them so-called presidents and Those so-called senators and governors, they've all been bought and paid for, man, a long time ago. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Back in Genesis 4.
Like there's one senator, it was on the other day, and he was going into this the debt limit, right? And he was speaking in front of Congress, and then he was talking, and then he kept throwing up that diamond. And that went over all of your heads. Like you go to a goddamn Jay-Z concert, and Jay-Z will tell you to put the diamonds up. Well, he was brought and paid for. And you stupid assholes, you put them diamonds up too. You people are lost, man. And then when we come out there and break it down to you, you say that we're crazy. But all this bullshit is going to come to an end very soon. Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 5 verse 15. I'm sorry, 4 and 15. And the Lord said unto him, Therefore whosoever slayeth Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. And
by who? By Cain. When he comes back as Esau. Because he got the blessing. Go to that in Genesis. He got the blessing from his father Isaac. All right, go ahead.
Genesis chapter 27 verse 38. And Esau said unto his father, Hast thou but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, O my father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. And Isaac his father answered and said unto him, Behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth, and of the dew of heaven from above. And by thy sword shalt thou live, and shalt serve thy brother. And it shall come to pass, when thou shalt have the dominion, that thou shalt break his yoke from off thy neck.
Yeah, so Esau has control of this whole earth, but everybody's waking up to him. So how does he keep the other nations at bay? With the gun, with the modern day sword. Go ahead.
This is Revelation 6 and 3. And when he had opened the second seal, I heard the second beast say, Come and see. And there went out another horse that was red, and power was given to him that sat thereon to take peace from the earth, and that they should kill one another, and there was given unto him a great sword.
Yeah, that's Esau. Because Esau is not white, he's really red. Go ahead.
Back in Genesis 4:15. And the Lord said unto him, Therefore whosoever slayeth Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. And the Lord set a mark upon Cain, lest any finding him should kill him. And Cain went out from the presence of the Lord, and dwelt in the land of Nod on the east of Eden. And Cain knew his wife, and she conceived and bare Enoch. And he builded a city, and called the name of the city after the name of his son Enoch. And unto Enoch was born Irad, and Irad begat Methujael, and Methujael begat Methusael, and Methusael begat Lamech. And Lamech took unto him two wives. The name of the one was Adah, and the name of the other Zillah. And Adah bare Jabal. He was the father of such as dwell in tents, and of such as have cattle. And his brother's name was Jubal, and he was the father of all such as handle the harp and organ. And Zillah, she also bare Tubal Cain, an instructor of every artificer in brass and iron. And the sister of Tubal Cain was Naamah.
And Tubal Cain, the word Tubal means, now I don't know what the blue letter is going to say, but the word Tubal means like a traveler, a mercenary. And the word Cain means killer, dagger, killing instrument. So Esau, before he takes over a nation, he sends his covert side of his system, which is the CIA, which now they're the fifth branch of the military. Now they're all merging, and they send their covert people in, and then they try to take certain people out. They'll set them up for assassination and so forth, and then the major military comes in with the big artillery. But sometimes it takes a small group of CIA mercenaries or mercenaries that they paid for to go up in there and cause trouble or assassinate the ruler of that land. All right? Yeah, which they changed their name. All right? Go ahead.
This is verse 23. And Lamech said unto his wives, Adah and Zillah, Hear my voice, ye wives of Lamech. Hearken unto my speech. For I have slain a man to my wounding, and a young man to my hurt. If Cain shall be avenged sevenfold, Truly Lamech 70 and sevenfold. And Adam knew his wife again, and she bare a son, and called his name Seth. For the Most High, said she, hath appointed me another seed instead of Abel, whom. And to Seth, and to him also there was born a son, and he called his name Enos. Then began men to call upon the name of the Lord.
Yeah, and the men that called upon the name of the Lord was who? The sons that came out of Seth, on Seth's side. All right, Seth and Enos. Look up the word Seth and Enos. Go ahead.
All right, the Hebrew word for Seth is shaf, which means compensation. The third son of Adam by Eve, also Sheph.
Compensation means to compensate. You got one thing, it's gone. Like, let's say you have a dog, a puppy that you love. The puppy dies, gets run over by a car or something, or gets old. You want to cheer the person up. You get another dog that looks like that dog, and after a while, you associate with the new dog with the old dog, you know, and you might give the dog the same name or not, you know. So the same thing when Abel was killed by his brother Cain, his wicked brother Cain, the Most High set up Seth, which that's Abel coming back all over again. All right? So he was there for a minute, went into the spiritual world, and came back again. All right?
Yeah, now the word Enos, the Hebrew word there is anawash, which means Enos, man, son of Seth, or man, basically.
Yeah, and these sons that came out of Adam began to call on the Most High. And that wasn't talking about Esau. Esau ain't about the Most High. Go ahead. Number 5.
All right, Genesis 5:1. This is the book of the generations of Adam. In the day that the Most High created man, in the likeness of the Most High made he him. Male and female created he them, and blessed them, and called their name Adam, in the day when they were created. And Adam lived 130 years, and begot a son in his own likeness, after his image, and called his name Seth. And the days of Adam after he had begotten Seth were 800 years, and he begat sons and daughters. And all the days that Adam lived were 930 years, and he died. And Seth lived 105 years, and begat Enos. And Seth lived after he begot Enos 807 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Seth were 912 years, and he died. And Enos lived 90 years, and begat Canaan. It says, and Enos lived after he begat Canaan 815 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all his days of Enos were 905 years, and he died. And Canaan lived 70 years, and begat Mahalalel. And Canaan lived after he begat Mahalalel 840 years, and begot sons and daughters.
Yeah, so there's nothing really to break down. They're just giving you the genealogy, and then they're telling you how long they lived. They almost live what's called the full day, which is 1,000 years. And that's the chosen line, all right? Out of that line came the Israelites. Now let's go from there to the 6th chapter. Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 6, verse 1. And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, that daughters were born unto them, that the sons of the Most High.
Now who are the sons of the Most High? Didn't it say that they began to call when Seth and Enos came on the scene? That's when men began to call upon the Lord. So what were they called? They were also known as sons of the Most High, because they were calling on the Most High. So that's not talking about angels. You got these idiots that make this thing like some mystical thing where the angels came down. Are the angels the sons of the Most High? Yes. But are men on the earth, a certain group are chosen men on the earth, sons of the Most High as well? Yes. Are we sons of the Most High? Yes. Is Esau a son of the Most High? He's a son of the devil. Go ahead.
It It says that the sons of the Most High saw the daughters of men, that they were fair.
And who are the daughters of men? The other nations. Go ahead.
It says, and they took them wives of all which they chose. And the Lord said, my spirit shall...
Now, because this thing was done, I believe that's Ezra, the 9th chapter, and you can start from the very top. Because you can have concubines of the other nations. You just can't marry them, man. Go ahead.
Ezra chapter 9, verse 1.
And in the kingdom, we're going to have concubines. Did not, when Esau had us in slavery, sleep with our women? And we knew about it? So you think we ain't going to sleep with them Edomite women? We're going to sleep with them Edomite women, man. Go ahead.
Ezra 9 and 1. Now when these things were done, the princes came to me, saying, the people of Israel and the priests and the Levites have not separated themselves from the people of the lands, doing according to their abominations, even of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Jebusites, the Ammonites, the Moabites, the Egyptians, and the Amorites. And they have taken of their daughters for themselves and for their sons, so that the holy seed have mingled themselves with the people of...
Hold on, there's a separation right there. The holy seed. Who's the holy seed? The children of Israel. Can Esau be of the holy seed? No. Moab? No. Ammon? No. Ham? No. Ishmael? No. Go ahead.
So that the holy seed...
That's why the Lord is going to destroy. There's going to come a time where the Most High is going to destroy guys like Uncle Ruckus, General Yohana, Comfy, Bubble-Eyed Blackfish, and many others. Zabak, the Most High is going to destroy them guys. And then when you start seeing the Most High destroying them, then you're going to know who are the chosen, just like the fulfillment in the Apocrypha and 2nd Ezra, the 16th chapter. You're going to see who the chosen are, man. Because this thing is, like I said, what's going on in Greece is coming to America. And all hell's going to break loose in America. And then you're going to see them guys for who they are, the guys that I mentioned. Go ahead.
It says, so that the holy seed have mingled themselves with the people of those lands. Yea, the hand of the princes and rulers hath been chief in this trespass. And when I heard...
Yeah, the top leaders, they were chief in this thing. Like I said, I'm going to say it again. You can have concubines of the other nations, but you can't marry them. Go ahead.
And when I heard this thing, I rent my garment and my mantle and plucked off the hair of my head and of my beard and sat down astonished. Then there were assembled unto me every one that trembled at the words of the Most High power of Israel, because of the transgression of those that had been carried away, and I sat astonished until the evening sacrifice.
Yep, so he was mad as hell. All right, now let's go back to where we left off.
All right, Genesis chapter 6, verse 2. That the sons of the Most High saw the daughters of men.
The sons of the Most High are Israel. How do we know that? Yah Shah Allah. Yah-He, Shah, prince. What is another name for a prince? Son of a king. Who's a king? The Most High. Allah is power, God. Son of God. Prince of God. Go ahead.
Saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. And the Lord said, my spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. There were giants in the earth. And
now remember when we read in the 5th verse, 5th chapter, that Adam lived to be 930. We didn't read about Methuselah. Methuselah lived to be 969. Some of them lived to be 900, 905, 850, 890, so forth and so on. So the Most High cut that down. There's something inside of your body, a gland in your body, or organ in your body that the Most High can tap into and make you live to be 900 years old, make you live to be 1,000 years old. So the Most High, Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahweh Shai, tapped into that body and switched it to 120. Now this devil Esau, he trying to make it with his science to have people live to be 500. People can't live to be 500, man. Only the Most High can do that. The Most High can tap into your body and make you live to be 500 years old and be in health too. and be 349 years old and be imperfect and run up a daggone hill. So this devil Esau is trying to be like the Most High. He ain't gonna be like the Most High. Your science is not gonna come to the level of the Most High. Go ahead.
Yeah, Noah didn't start having children until 500 years old. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of the Most High came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them, the same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown. And the Most High saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of his heart was only evil continually. And it repented the Lord that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him at his heart. And the Lord said, I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast and creeping things and fowls of the air, for it repented me that I have made them. But Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord. These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a just man and perfect in his generation, and Noah walked with the Most High. And Noah begat 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The earth also was corrupt before the Most High, and the earth was filled with violence. And the Most High looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh.
What time we live in now? History repeating itself. This is a violent world, and this is a corrupt world, man. Go ahead.
For all flesh had corrupted his way upon the earth. And the Most High said unto Noah, the end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them. And behold,
and that's happening right now in the earth, man. You see riots all over the place. So the Most High took this that at that time period took the world out, the people out by water. When he comes this time, he's gonna take the world out by fire. Go ahead.
And behold, I will destroy them with the earth. Make thee an ark of gopher wood. Room shalt thou make in the ark, and shalt pitch it within and without with pitch. And this is the fashion which thou shalt make it of. The length of the ark shall be 300 cubits, the breadth of it 50 cubits, and the height of it 30 cubits. A window shalt thou make to the ark, and in a cubit shalt thou finish it above. And the door of the ark shalt thou set in the side thereof. With lower, second, and third stories shalt thou make it. And behold, I, even I, do bring a flood of waters upon the earth to destroy all flesh, wherein is the breath of life from under heaven, and everything that is in the earth shall die. It says, but with thee will I establish my covenant, and thou shalt come into the ark, thou and thy son and thy wife and thy sons' wives with thee. And of every living thing of all flesh, 2 of every sort, shalt thou bring into the ark, to keep them alive with thee. They shall be male and female, of fowls after their kind, and of cattle after their kind, of every creeping thing of the earth after his kind. 2 of every sort shall come unto thee, to keep them alive. And take thou unto thee all of the food that is eaten, and thou shalt gather it to thee, and it shall be for food for thee and for them. Thus did Noah, according to all that the Most High commanded him, so did he.
Yeah, and with that was the end of the 6th chapter, and we'll continue with the 7th chapter. And some of these chapters we're going to skip because it's not too hard to break down, but there's some chapters that are hard to break down. All right? So with that, I'm going to say shalom. Shalom, and welcome once again to Elders of GMS, giving all praises to Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai. And we're going to continue where we left off, the book of Genesis, and we're going to start from the 7th chapter. So I'm going to let the brother read. Shalom.
Genesis chapter 7, verse 1. And the Lord said unto Noah, come thou and all thy house into the ark. For thee have I seen righteous before me in this generation. Of every clean beast thou shalt take of thee by 7s.
Yeah, now when you go back to the 6th chapter, it tells you that to take, matter of fact, go back to it, Genesis the 6th chapter, and he'll find the verse in a minute. All right, go ahead.
Genesis 6 and 18. But with thee will I establish my covenant, and thou shalt come into the ark, thou and thy sons, and thy wife, and thy sons' wives with thee. And of every living thing of all flesh, 2 of every sort shalt thou bring into the ark. To keep them alive with thee, they shall be male and female.
Now you notice it said 2 by 2. Now when you go to Genesis, the 7th chapter, it says 7. And when he said 7, it was 7 of the clean animal. Clean animals. Why is that? Because they're going to have something to eat on the ship. On the ark, rather. Go ahead.
Of every clean, Genesis 7 and 2. Of every clean beast thou shalt take to thee by 7s, the male and his female. And of beasts that are not clean by 2, the male and his female. Of fowls also of the air by 7s, the male and the female, to keep seed alive upon the face of all the earth. For yet 7 days, and I will cause it to rain upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. And every living substance that I have made will I destroy from off the face of the earth. And Noah did according unto all that the Lord commanded him. And Noah was 600 years old when the flood of waters was upon the earth. And Noah went in, and his sons and his wife, and his sons' wives with him into the ark, because of the waters of the flood. Of clean beasts and of beasts that are not clean, and of fowls, and of everything that creepeth upon the earth, there went in 2 and 2 unto Noah into the ark, the male and the female, as the Most High had commanded Noah. And it came to pass after 7 days that the waters of the flood were upon the earth. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, it says, the 17th day of the month, the same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up, and the windows of heaven were open. And the rain was upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights.
It said, read that part again, broken up.
It says, the same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up, and the windows of heaven were opened.
Yeah, because the earth looked different prior to the flood. That's why if you take out a world map and you look at the world map as a whole, it looks like a jigsaw puzzle that was broken up. So if you condense all the pieces of land together, it will come into one mass. Just look, like I said, just look at a world map, and you can see how the pieces, like South America, fits exactly, almost exactly, to Africa, the continent of Africa. So when this devil tell you, he gives you his theory about things, don't listen to this motherfucking devil. We don't know what the hell he's talking about. Go ahead.
They had a term called Pangea, which Pangea was when the whole earth was together as one, which the word Pan means all and Gea means earth, all earth. That was before the flood, like Elder Tar was telling you. Verse 12, Genesis 7.
And another thing, every nation has a story of the flood. Why? Because all these people that you see around the earth, they came out of one of Noah's sons, Ham, Shem, or Japheth. Go ahead.
And the rain was upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. And the selfsame day entered Noah and Shem and Ham and Japheth, the sons of Noah, and Noah's wife, and the 3 wives of his sons with them into the ark. They and every beast after his kind, and all the cattle after their kind, and every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth after his kind, and every fowl after his kind, every bird of every sort. And they went in unto Noah into the ark, 2 and 2 of all flesh, wherein is the breath of life. And they that went in male and female of all flesh, as the Most High had commanded him. And the Lord shut him in. And the flood was 40 days upon the earth, and the waters increased and bare up the ark, and it was lifted up above the earth. And the waters prevailed and were increased greatly upon the earth, and the ark went upon the face of the waters. And the waters prevailed exceedingly upon the earth, and all the high hills that were under the whole heaven were covered. 15 cubits upward did the waters prevail, and the mountains were covered.
15 cubits covered all the mountains, all the great mountains. Now you have scholars that say a cubit is 18 inches. It's got to be longer than 18 inches. Matter of fact, give me Zandavins, and if you have the what's that? The thick Bible dictionary, is that over there as well? The Harper's, get the Harper's. Also, Google that word. Matter of fact, no, go to the blue letter on that. No, stay in the blue letter, and go where it says cubits, and let's see what they say. Cause you gotta double check Esau, man. Because we're researchers too. You can't go by what Esau tells you, man. Pick up a Bible dictionary, and most of the time the Bible dictionary is accurate. Esau actually goes over there and digs up things and finds out things, but he doesn't find out everything, because that's our job. All right. So let's see what some of these books and these Bible. You got yours in already?
Yeah, the Hebrew word for cubit is amah. It says cubit, a measure of distance, the forearm, roughly 18 inches, 0.5 millimeters. There are several cubits used in the Old Testament. The cubit of a man, or common cubit, the legal cubit, or cubit of the sanctuary, Ezekiel 40 and 5. Plus others. See a Bible dictionary for complete treatment. That's it. That's all they got.
Now they said 18 inches, or about where your elbow is or whatever. Now, I take from my elbow to my hand times 15. It says that 15 cubits cover the highest mountain. So these devils went off. Now what does this say?
This one, the Harper's Bible Dictionary says cubit, the standard ancient Near Eastern linear measure. Theoretically, it encompassed the distance from the elbow to the tip of the middle finger, about 17.5 to 20 inches. See also weights and measures.
So now, that's about 20. Let's round it off to 20 inches, right? 20 inches times 20 inches times 10 is 200 inches, right? And five more cubits would be what is it? 200, 300 inches, which when you break it up into yards, that's about 10 was it 10 yards? Something like that. When you go into the inches, I think it's about 10 yards, if I'm not mistaken. So you're telling me 10 yards? Let's say it's 100 yards. 100-yard height. The 100 yards can cover the highest mountain. There's certain mountains that you climb up on, and then it tells you that the ark landed on Mount Ararat. And Mount Ararat is here to this very day. And you had scientists and archaeologists that went over to Mount Ararat and took pictures of the ark. So we know that they went off totally on what a cubit measurement is. All right. Go ahead.
Back in Genesis 7:20, 15 cubits upward did the waters prevail, and the mountains were covered. Flesh died that moved upon the earth, both of fowl and of cattle and of beasts, and of every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth, and every man, all in whose nostrils.
Oh, and another thing, when you read the dimensions of the ark itself, it was measured by a cubit. So now you're going by Esau, 18 inches to 20 inches per cubit. That's a big ark, but it has to be a lot bigger, a lot longer than 18 to 20 inches. So that ark was gigantic. That ark was massive, because you had giraffes in there, you had elephants in there, you had lions in there, you had tigers in there. You had all types of animals that were in there. So you needed a gigantic ark to put all those animals up in there. So that 18 inches per cubit is BS. Go ahead.
It says, and all flesh died that moved upon the earth, both of fowl and of cattle and of beasts and of every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth, and every man, all in whose nostrils was the breath of life. Of all that was in
by all of whose nostrils were the breath of life. That's twofold. The breath of life is you actually breathe, and the breath of life is also, which Adam received, was the knowledge of the Most High. He gave him the knowledge of a man, to know, eventually to know good from evil. Now, all the creatures were destroyed. Man was destroyed too. So that proves to you, when you go back to Genesis, the first chapter, about all the creatures that moveth, is talking about man too, and the animals. Go ahead.
Of all that was in the dry land died, and every living.
Yeah, because what about did he bring whales on the ship? Did he bring any type of fish on the ship? No, because they were doing just fine in the water. Ain't no flood gonna mess with them. They live underwater. Go ahead.
And every living substance was destroyed, which was upon the face of the ground.
Which was upon the face of the ground, not in the waters. Go ahead.
Both man and cattle, and the creeping things, and the fowls of the heaven, and they were destroyed from the earth. And Noah only remained alive, and they that were with him in the ark. And the waters prevailed upon the earth 150 days. Genesis 8:1.
Which is about 3 months. Go ahead. I'm sorry. 5 months.
All right, it says, and the Most High remembered Noah and every living thing and all the cattle that was with him in the ark. And the Most High made a wind to pass over the earth, and the waters assuaged. And the fountains also of the deep and the windows of heaven were stopped.
There's under the ocean, there's bodies of water inside the when you go to the bottom of the ocean, there's bodies of water that the Most High can allow to come up on the earth. So that's one thing that flooded the earth. And then it said, when you gather a bunch of clouds and it rains, it brings a lot of rain. But the Most High opened up the windows of heaven, so the Most High caused waters from the heavens, from space, to come down on the earth. Go ahead.
And the windows of heaven were stopped, and the rain from heaven was restrained, and the water.
Like this devil, this so-called white man, this cracker, this piece of shit, this Edomite. You know, he likes to say that there's no such thing as the Most High, and you know everything has a logical explanation, and you know science is over the Most High in the Bible. Well, when there's a major flood, Esau can't do a damn thing. Esau hasn't found the technology to stop a tornado. He didn't, with the Japs, with all that they can do, they couldn't stop that tsunami and that earthquake. Can you devils raise the dead? So you ain't doing shit, man. You ain't doing nothing. The knowledge that you have is, first of all, the Most High gave you that knowledge, first and foremost. Go ahead.
It says, and the waters returned from off the earth continually, and after the end of the 150 days, the waters were abated. And the ark rested in the 7th month on the 17th.
And another thing about you devils, you know, you like to say that there's no, the Bible is a book of fairy tale and the Most High doesn't exist. And there's all type of evidence of these actual stories that we're reading. Like I said a few minutes ago, they have photographs of the ark, Noah's ark, on top of Mount Ararat, man. Go ahead.
And the ark rested in the 7th month on the 17th day of the month upon the mountains of Ararat.
Upon the mountains of Ararat. Is there such a place called the Mount? Put that in there, the mountain of Ararat. Matter of fact, Google it, man, and go to Google's map, and let's see what comes up.
It says, until the waters.
Look at you damn devils. I pity you fools, man. I look at you devil, I was getting some gas, and I seen devils getting gas, and I was looking at them, I was shaking my head. I said, you devils don't even realize that America's going to be destroyed, and you're going to be our slaves. And I even tell devils now. I told this guy, Eddie, you know him very well. He's talking about, yeah, America's coming back. In 5 years, everything's going to come back. I said, look, Eddie, I said, America's finished. Nah, you're wrong. You're wrong. I said, because that's how that devil speaks. I said, Eddie, man, you better forget about your future, man. I said, because America's done. Yeah, well, I'll see you.
And the waters decreased continually unto the 10th month. And the 10th month, on the first day of the month, were the tops of the mountains seen. And it came to pass at the end of 40...
You have anything to read?
Yeah, this is Wikipedia. It says searches for Noah's Ark from at least the time of Eusebius, circa 275 to 339 AD to the present day. The search for the physical remains of Noah's Ark has held a fascination for many people. Despite many rumors, evidence, sightings, and expeditions, no scientific evidence of the Ark has been found. You know, that's what Esau says. It says, according to Genesis 8 and 4, the Ark came to rest on the mountains of Ararat. Early commentators such as Josephus and authorities quoted by him, Berosus, Hieronymus, the Egyptian Manasses and Nicolaus of Damascus record the tradition that these mountains of Ararat are to be found in the region then known as Armenia, roughly corresponding to eastern Anatolia. And you'll see it. You'll see there's satellite images of what looks to be like the Ark, you know, because if you Google Noah's Ark, they'll give you a bunch of satellite images of what looks to be the Ark.
Click on images just to see what go back to Google Ark and then click on images and let's see what comes up. Go ahead.
And the waters decreased continually unto the 10th month. And the 10th month, on the first day of the month, were the tops of the mountains seen. And it came to pass at the end of 40 days that Noah opened the window of the ark which he had made. And he sent forth a raven, which went forth to and fro until the waters were dried up from off the earth. Also he sent forth a dove from him, to see if the waters were abated from off the face of the earth. But the dove found no rest for the sole of her foot. Excuse me. And she returned unto him into the ark, for the waters were on the face of the whole earth. Then he put forth his hand and took her and pulled her in unto him into the ark. And he stayed yet other 7 days, and again he sent forth the dove out of the ark. And the dove came into him in the evening, and lo, in her mouth was an olive leaf plucked off. So Noah knew that the waters were abated from off the earth. And he stayed yet other 7 days, and sent forth the dove, which returned not again unto him any more. And it came to pass in the 601st year, in the first month, the first day of the month, the waters were dried up from off the earth, and Noah removed the covering of the ark. And looked, and behold, the face of the ground was dry. And in the 2nd month, on the 7th and 20th day of the month, was the earth dried. And the Most High spake unto Noah, saying, Go forth of the ark, thou and thy wife and thy sons wives with thee. Bring forth with thee every living thing that is with thee of all flesh, both of fowl and of cattle and of every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. And that they may breed abundantly in the earth, and be fruitful and multiply upon the earth. And Noah went forth, and his sons and his wife and his sons' wives with him, every beast, every creeping thing, and every fowl, and whatsoever creepeth upon the face, upon the earth, after their kind, went forth out of the ark. And Noah builded an altar unto the Lord, and took of every beast and of every clean fowl, and offered burnt offerings on the altar. And the Lord smelled a sweet savor.
Now, y'all say that, the law was given to Moses, but the law was established. They knew about sacrificing of animals, building altars, and so forth. They knew this, but now the full established law was given to Moses, which was like codified in the commandments. But they knew certain laws. They knew not to be a faggot. They knew that in the law. They knew that to kill somebody was against the law. Go ahead.
And the Lord smelled a sweet savor, and the Lord said in his heart, I will not again curse the ground any more for man's sake, for the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. Neither will I again smite any more everything living as I have done. While the earth remaineth, seed time and harvest, and cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease. Genesis 9:1. And the Most High blessed Noah and his sons, and said unto them, Be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth.
Now that statement right there shows you that this Edomite is a damn devil. And the elites are major devils, because they got this thing called a Georgia Guidestone, but the so-called I guess the author of it, the builder of it, there's a man by the name of R.C. Christensen, which they say that's not even a real name. All right? Now, I don't know what the R.C. represent, but the word Christensen comes from the word Christian, because the elite claim to believe in the Most High. They claim to be Christians and Jews. Now, for them to establish that Georgia Guidestone, and if you notice, the Georgia Guidestone we keep bringing that up. All right? If you go to the Georgia Guidestone, and if you have any camps down there, you know, that's down there in Georgia, you should go to the Georgia Guidestone and do a little thing on it, man. Because if we were down there, we'd have been went down there and did a documentary on that, man. All we have is the pictures, all right? But if you look at these current pictures, which shows you that a lot of people woke up, it'll say F, you know, FU or F the New World Order, and it'll say other things on there damning the New World Order and the elite, all right? So now, going back to what he just read, the Most High said, be fruitful and multiply. So now for you to say to maintain humanity under 500 million, that's totally going against the Most High. The fact that people are rioting in the streets in Greece and around the world, and soon to be in America, all right, because Obama's talking about cutting the Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare. He's going to totally destroy it. You ain't gonna have. They're going all these benefits that you get these entitlement programs. They're gonna eventually phase all that out, man. You're just gonna be on your own, and that's when you're gonna start rioting in the streets like they're doing, like they've been doing in Greece for the last 13 months. And it's all based upon debt. Now, if the elite claim to be Christians and Jews and men of the Most High, all right, men of God, it tells you about two things. It tells you about the year of release, which comes about once every 7 years. Whatever debts that you're supposed to receive, anybody that's indebted to somebody else, this come the 7th year, all your debts are absolved, forgiven, whatever you want to call it. All right, that's where you get the term statute of limitation. Then you have the Jubilee, and that comes once every 50 years. Now let's say you lent something to somebody in the 45th year. If he doesn't pay it in that 5 years, when the Jubilee comes in, it's forgiven, because you had a law and you said don't wait until the 7th. You know that the 7th year is coming of the year of release. And you're not going to lend the person money. You're supposed to lend the person money anyway. That's why the whole world is out of course, because of these damn Edomites, man. Because they claim to use the scriptures, but they go dead set against the scriptures, man. That's why you have riots all over the place. And like I said, those Greek riots, that's coming to America. They're going to be rioting in America. When they cut welfare, when they cut food stamps, when they cut Social Security, when they raise the retirement age to 70 or 72 or 75, when they cut all these entitlement programs and you can't get to nothing, you're gonna start rioting in the street. You think that it's not coming to you. It's coming to you. It's coming to America. Go ahead.
This is Psalms chapter 82, verse 3. Defend the poor and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy.
And that's what those devils are not doing. So that's why we call. So you get people that get mad because we call them devils. Well, they're doing exactly what a devil does. Go ahead.
Deliver the poor and needy.
Yeah, because you got the Rothschilds, which are supposedly their wealth is estimated at 500 trillion with a T dollars. I don't know how true that is, but I know that's old money. So you got these new guys that Bill Gates and Warren Buffett that's supposedly worth over 50 billion. Well, look, you can among the Rothschilds, you can take $1 trillion, a couple $1 trillion, and you can cure hunger all over the world, man. You can make everything prosperous, but their plan is not to make everything prosperous. Their plan is to destroy, 6.5 billion people on the planet Earth, so they can have 500 billion. Then it's easier to spread the wealth. And their plan is to destroy Israel. Go ahead.
Deliver the poor and needy. Rid them out of the hand of the 82 and 4. Deliver the poor and needy. Rid them out of the hand of the wicked. They know not, neither will they understand.
Yeah, so who's going to rid them out of the hand of the wicked? Let's find out who the wicked is first. The wicked are the elite, really, and it's the rest of you Edomites. But it starts with the elite. And the needy are the rest of the people. But we're not concerned about the rest of the people. We're only concerned about the children of Israel. And right now, we're only concerned about the elect of the nation of Israel. Go ahead.
They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course.
Yep. All right, now let's go back to where we left off.
Genesis 9 and 1. And the Most High blessed Noah and his sons and said unto them, Be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth. And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air.
Yeah, because when the kingdom comes, I believe that's in Isaiah. Is that in Isaiah 11? The little child shall put. When the kingdom is established, at one time, if you walked in the forest or in the jungle and a lion rolled up on you, the lion would fear you. The elephant would fear you. The serpent would fear you. You do that today, man. Go to one of those safari parks with the lions and jump out the damn car and try to feed that lion popcorn. Man, it'll slap all the ass off you, man. You know? Now, in the kingdom of heaven, the lion is going to fear us. The elephant's going to fear us. The serpent is going to fear us. The adder is going to fear us. All these animals are going to fear us. Go ahead.
Isaiah 11 and 6. The wolf also shall dwell with the lamb, and the leopard shall lie down with the kid, and the calf, and the young lions, and the fatlings together, and a little child shall lead them.
By the way, that little child is a little Israelite child, not no little devil Edomite child, or Hamite child, or Canaanite child. Go ahead.
And the cow and the bear shall feed. Their young ones shall lie down together, and the lion shall eat straw like the ox. And the suckling child shall play on the hole of the asp, and the weaned child shall...
What does it mean by a suckling child? A child that's sucking on his mama's titties. An infant. Because in the kingdom, you don't have to worry about taking care of your child. You can just let your child go. The Most High is going to protect him. We ain't gonna have no situation in the kingdom where you got a milk carton. First of all, we ain't gonna have milk cartons. We're gonna get our milk from cows. You ain't gonna have no milk carton with no little kid on it missing. Not among Israelite children. Go ahead.
It says, and the sucking child shall play on the hole of the asp, and the weaned child shall put his hand on the cockatrice den. They shall not hurt nor destroy in all my mountain, For the earth shall be full of the knowledge of the Lord as the waters cover the sea.
That's when the kingdom of heaven is established. That's when this devil, Esau, is destroyed. And he's getting ready to be destroyed. It's that close. It's that close that this devil's going. So you got clowns out there. Oh, well, you don't know when this man gonna go down. Well, you ain't woken up to nothing, man. Talking about you can be here for another 50, 100 years. You know what you do? You get away from a person like that. Go ahead.
And, Genesis 9:2, and the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, upon all that moveth upon the earth, and upon all the fishes of the sea. Into your hand they are delivered. Every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you. Even as a green herb have I given you all things.
Which is inside of the law. All right?
But flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall you not eat.
Now, what Esau, right? To further show you that this man's a damn devil, that he's contrary to the Most High in the scriptures, Esau likes his steaks bloody. There's a thing that's called steak tartare. What's the word tartare means? I believe it means raw. I looked it up one day a long time ago. Basically what you do is you take some raw meat, you throw it on the pan for 1 second, you flip it for 1 second, you throw it on the plate, and you give it to the person, they eat it. Raw meat. Now Jake knows in the spirit, whether he's into the scriptures or not to eat raw meat. That's in the spirit. Jake likes his meat well done. Esau likes it medium rare, steak tartare. So this is not, so you look at this guy, Uncle Ruckus, that's trying to save Esau. You can't say Esau's not built to be saved, man. Esau's built to get a foot stuck dead up in his ass sideways, man, and working out in the field and getting his ass whipped. That's what he's made for, man. Go ahead.
Exodus chapter 12, verse 8. And they shall eat the flesh in that night, roast with fire and unleavened bread, and with bitter herbs they shall eat it. Eat not of it raw.
So what are them so-called Jews doing over there in the land of Israel, man? When the Passover come, they're taking that lamb and they smack it on the fire, turn it over, and eat that as bloody as it can be. Damn devils. Go ahead.
It's back in Genesis chapter 9, verse 4. But the flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall you not eat. And surely your blood of your lives will I require. At the hand of every beast will I require it. And at the hand of man, at the hand of every man's brother will I require the life of man. Whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed.
So Esau, you're in a lot of trouble because you shed a lot of blood. You killed a lot of people. So you got a lot to pay for. You got a lot to pay for. Go ahead.
For in the image of the Most High made he man. And you, be ye fruitful and multiply, bring forth abundantly in the earth, and multiply therein. And
it didn't say nothing. You ain't gonna find nothing in the scriptures that said build a guide stone and put 10 commandments on it. And the first commandment is to reduce humanity maintain humanity to 500 million. That's not in the scriptures. That's contrary to the scriptures. Who would do something like that? The damn devil. Go ahead.
And the Most High spake unto Noah and to his sons with him, saying, And I, behold, I establish my covenant with you and with your seed after you, and with every living creature that is with you, of the fowl of the cattle and of every beast of the earth with you, from all that go out of the ark to every beast of the earth. And I will establish my covenant with you, neither shall all flesh be cut off any more by the waters of the flood. Neither shall there any more be a flood to destroy the earth. And the Most High said, This is the token of the covenant which I make between me and you and every living creature that is with you, for perpetual generations. I do set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be for a token of the covenant between me and the earth.
Yeah, so you see the bow. After you see a rain, you look up into the clouds and you'll see a bow, a rainbow. The Most High established that rainbow. That's a covenant between the Most High and man that he's not going to ever destroy man through a flood. In other words, he's not going to destroy mankind by way of a flood. Go ahead.
It says, and it shall come to pass when I bring a cloud over the earth, that the bow shall be seen in the cloud. And I will remember my covenant which is between me and you and every living creature of all flesh. And the water shall no more become a flood to destroy all flesh. And the bow shall be in the cloud. And I will look upon it, that I may remember the everlasting covenant between the Most High and every living creature of all flesh that is upon the earth. And the Most High said unto Noah, this is the token of the covenant which I have established between me and all flesh that is upon the earth. And the sons of Noah that went forth of the ark were Shem and Ham and Japheth, and Ham is the father of Canaan. These are the 3 sons of Noah, and of them was the whole earth overspread. And Noah began to be an husbandman, and he planted a vineyard, and he drank of the wine and was drunken, and he was uncovered within his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and told his 2 brethren without. And Shem and Japheth took a garment, and laid it upon both their shoulders, and went backwards, and covered the nakedness of their.
So they knew the law of not looking upon their father's nakedness. But Ham, he wanted to be an asshole and look at his father's nakedness and make mockery of him because he was drunk. But the Most High showed, as you read on, the Most High showed Noah that, you know, Ham was looking at you butt-ass naked and basically making mockery of you, laughing about it. So who did he curse? As we read on, he didn't curse Ham. He cursed one of his sons, Canaan. Go ahead.
And Shem and Japheth took a garment and laid it upon both their shoulders, and went backward and covered the nakedness of their father. And their faces were backward, and they saw not their father's nakedness. And Noah awoke from his wine, and knew what his younger son had done unto him. And he said, cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren.
Now, you got these stupid Edomites out there that claim that they know the Bible, and they say, well, the curse of Canaan is when the Most High turned them into black people, because Noah and all his sons and his wives were white people. Where science shows you that dark genes are dominant, stupid. So all the children of Noah were dark-skinned children. They were all dark-skinned. There was no white people during that time. Now the curse that was put on him was the fact that, as you read down, it's going to tell you that land that they're living in, the land of Canaan, that Israel is going to get that land, including America, which is also the land of Canaan. So that's the curse, that they're going to be servants unto us, and anything that your servant finds becomes yours because you're the master. Go ahead.
It says, and he said, blessed be the Lord, power of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. And the Most High shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem. And Canaan shall be his servant. And Noah lived after the flood 350 years, and all the days of Noah were 950 years, and he died. Genesis 10:1. Now these are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And unto them were sons born after the flood. The sons of Japheth, Gomer and Magog and Madai and Javan and Tubal and Meshach and Tyrus. The sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz and Riphath and Togarmah. And the sons of Javan, Tarshish, Kittim, and Dodanim. By these were the isles of the Gentiles divided in their lands, every one after his tongue, after their families and their nations. And the sons of Ham, Cush and Mizraim and Put in Canaan. And the sons of Cush, Seba and Havilah and Sabta and Ra'amah and Sabteka, and the sons of Ra'amah, Sheba and Dedan. And Cush begat Nimrod. He began to be a mighty one in the earth. He was a mighty hunter before the Lord. Wherefore it is said, even as Nimrod the mighty hunter before the Lord.
Yeah, hunter means conqueror. Go ahead.
And the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, and Erech, and Akkad, and Calneh, in the land of Shinar. Out of that land went forth Ashur, and builded Nineveh, and the city of Rehoboth, and Calah. And Rezin between Nineveh and Calah, the same is a great city. And Mizraim begat Ludum, and Anamin, and...
By the way, Mizraim, Martezayim, is the so-called Egyptians. The term, they wasn't calling themselves Egyptians. That was a Greek term. When the Greeks went over into that part of the world, he referred to them as Egyptians. That's a Greek word. Go ahead.
And Mizraim begat Ludum, and Anamim, and Lehabim, and Naphtuhim, and Pathrusim, and Casluhim, out of whom came Philistim, and Caphtorim. And Canaan begat Sidon, his firstborn, and Heth. And the Jebusites, and the Amorites, and the Girgashites, and the Hivites, and the Archites, and the Sinites, and the Arvadites, and the Semarites, and the Hamathite. And afterward were the families of the Canaanites spread abroad. And the border of the Canaanites was from Sidon, as thou comest to Gerar, unto Gaza, as thou goest unto Sodom and Gomorrah.
Sidon, remember Sidon? What's the other coast city? Sidon and Tyre and Zidon. You had Canaanites dwelling in that area at that time. All right, go ahead.
As thou comest to Gerar, unto Gaza, as thou goest unto Sodom and Gomorrah and Admah and Zeboim, even unto Lasha. These are the sons of Ham after their families, after their tongues, and their countries, and in their nations. Unto Shem also, the father of all the children of Eber.
Yeah, now going back to Canaan, it mentioned Zeboim and Admah and Sodom and Gomorrah. And what was the other city? Zoar. And by the way, when you read the history, Zoar wasn't destroyed. Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed because Lot had fled into Zoar. All right? So these were lands of that Canaan dwelt in. So these guys that was in the bestiality and homosexuality, that came from the Canaanites. That's why these devils, these crackers, the gods that they worship are really the gods behind closed doors, are really the gods of Canaan. Which part of worshiping the gods of Canaan, you have to be a lesbian, you have to be a lesbian, a homosexual, and so forth. You have to be into bestiality, necrophilia, and so forth, because that goes back to the Canaanites, like the cremation, the care, and the Bohemian Grove, which we did a special on. Part 1 is up and running on GMS in Transit. The other parts will be coming up very soon. Anyway, those gods that they worship are Canaanite gods. That's why you have the Pope wearing a hat that looks like a fish with his mouth wide open. That mitre that he wears, that goes back to Dagon, the fish god, which goes back to them damn Hamites. So these gods that they worship are them Hamitic gods, them Canaanite gods. Go ahead.
Okay, it says, unto Shem also, the father of all the children of Eber, the brother of Japheth, the elder, even to him.
Read that again.
Unto Shem also, the father of all the children of Eber.
Read that one more time.
Unto Shem also, the father of all the children of Eber.
The father of all the children of Eber. Look up the word Eber. Give them the scripture. That's verse 21 of what chapter? Genesis 10, verse 21. Got it?
Yeah, the word there for Eber in the Hebrew is Ibar. It says Eber or Heber, the region beyond. Son of Salah, great-grandson of Shem, father of Peleg and Joktan, a Gadite chief, a Benjaminite son of Elpal, and descendant of Sharahaim, a Benjaminite son of Shashak, a priest in the days of Joachim, the son of Jeshua. That's it.
Yeah, this is where you get the word Hebrew from. Eber or Ibar, and it mentions Shem, and it skipped down to Eber, Ibar, right? Because we are the Hebrews, all right? So the Most High, with all the people that he set up, now he's going to separate the chosen. He's going to have certain people come from that chosen line, but he's going to have certain men that have more than one son, but he's going to deal with one son. and out of that one son, he's going to deal with that son. So now the Most High is setting up his chosen nation, the nation of Israel. Go ahead.
It says,
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, when you scroll down under the Genesis lexicon on the blue letter, down here, it says Ibarium, Hebrews. As to the difference between this and the Israelites, see under Ibaria. So they're telling you right there, Ibarium is a plural way of saying Hebrew, or Ibar, which is Hebrews. Ibarium.
Yeah, because just because you're a Hebrew doesn't make you a part of the chosen of the Most High. You have to be a Hebrew, and you have to be an Israelite. A Hebrew. That's why Paul said in Philippians that he was a Hebrew of the Hebrews. Because was Esau a Hebrew? Yes, he was a Hebrew. Was Ishmael a Hebrew? Yes, he was a Hebrew. Were the 6 sons that came out of Abraham through Keturah, were they Hebrews? Yes, they were Hebrews. But there's a group of Hebrews that the Most High set up to be the chosen.
Yeah, I just want to make a quick note. Ireland, at one time, Ireland was known as Hibernia, which that term Hibernia goes back to Hebrew.
Well, to this very day, you have an order called the Order of the Hibernians. And if you look the word up, like the elders said, the word Hibernians mean Hebrews. That's why we say that a lot of these people from Ireland are black Irish. There's a term called black Irish because you had Israelites that were living in Ireland. All right?
It says, unto Shem also, Genesis 10:21. Unto Shem also, the father of all the children of Eber, the brother of Japheth the elder, even to him were children born. The children of Shem, Elam and Asher and Arphaxad and Lud and Aram.
Arphaxad was that line. From Shem to Arphaxad, that was that line. So the other sons, the other 4 sons, the Lord ain't dealing with Elam. The Lord ain't dealing with Aram. The Lord ain't dealing with, what's the other 2? Ashur and Lud. The Lord was dealing with Arphaxad. Go ahead.
And the children of Aram, Huz and Hul and Gether and Mash. And Arphaxad begot Selah, begot Eber. And unto Eber were born 2 sons. The name of the one was Peleg, for in his days was the earth divided, and his brother's name was Joktan. And Joktan began Almodad and Shelef and Hazarmaveth and Jirah. And
so the line went from him to Joktan. All right, am I correct? I'm sorry, to Peleg. I'm sorry, to Peleg. So from Joktan was pushed out. So Peleg, that's where the line kept going. All right, go ahead.
And then the word Peleg means division, because when he was born, that's when the Most High really divided all the nations.
Yeah, because when you read the 11th chapter, that was during the time of the confounding of the languages. All right.
Yeah, to back up Elder Aramlab, you look the word up, Peleg, the Hebrew word there is palag, which means division.
Go ahead.
It says, and unto Eber were born 2 sons. The name of the one was Peleg, for in his days was the earth divided, and his brother's name was Joktan. It says, and Joktan begat Almodad and Shelef and Hazarmaveth and Jerath and Hadaram and Uzal and Diklah and Obal and Abimael and Sheba and Ophir and Havilah and Jobab. All these were the sons of Joktan, and their dwelling was from Mesha, as thou goest unto Sephar, a mount of the east. These are the sons of Shem after their families, after their tongues, and their lands after their nations. These are the families of the sons of Noah after their generations in their nations. And by these were the nations divided in the earth after the flood. Genesis 11:1. And the whole earth was of one language and of one speech. And it came to pass as they journeyed from the east that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. And they said one to another, Go to, let us make brick and burn them thoroughly. And they had brick for stone, and slime had they for mortar. And they said, Go to, let us build us a city and a tower, whose top may reach unto heaven. And let us make us a name, lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth.
So that was that first concept of a new world order, a one world society. So that was first spoken about in Genesis the 11th chapter. So you got this devil to this day trying to establish this new world order, this one world religion, one world government, eventually they want one language, all right, one world system. So that's an old idea, and the Most High confounded that. Go ahead.
And the Lord came down to see the city and the tower, which the children of men builded. And the Lord said, Behold, the people is one, and they have all one
world order. Go ahead.
And they have all one language. And this they begin to do. And now nothing will nothing will be restrained from them, which they have imagined to do. Go to, let us go down, and there confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech. So the Lord scattered them abroad from thence upon the face of all the earth, and they left off to build the city. Therefore is the name of it called Babel, because the Lord did there confound the language of the earth, and from thence did the Lord scatter them abroad upon the face of all the earth. These are the generations of Shem. Shem was 100 years old and begot Arphaxad 2 years after the flood. And Shem lived after he begot Arphaxad 500 years and begat sons and daughters. And Arphaxad lived 530 years and begot Salah. And Arphaxad lived after he begot Salah 403 years and begot sons and daughters. And Salah lived 30 years and begot Eber. And Salah lived after he begot Eber 403 years and begot sons and daughters. And Eber lived 430 years and begot Peleg. And Eber lived after he begot Peleg 430 years and begot sons and daughters. And Peleg lived 30 years and begot Reuel. And Peleg lived after he begot Reuel 209 years and begot sons and daughters. And Reuel lived 230 years and begot Serug. And Reuel lived after he begot Serug 207 years and begot sons and daughters. It says, and Serug lived 30 years and begot Nahor. And Serug lived after he begot Nahor 200 years and begot sons and daughters. And Nahor lived 29 years and begot Terah. And Nahor lived after he begot Terah 119 years and begot sons and daughters. And Terah lived 70 years and begot Abram, Nahor, and Haran. Now these are the generations of Terah. Terah begot Abram, Nahor, and Haran begat Lot. And Haran died before his father Terah in the land of his nativity in Ur of the Chaldees. And Abram and Nahor took them wives. The name of Abram's wife was Sarai. The name of Nahor's wife Milcah.
So now let's get into these names. Abram, matter of fact, look up the word Abram, look up the word Sarah, Sarayah. Sarai was a wife of Abraham. The word Sarai means, from the Hebrew, Sharayah. It's the feminine way of saying prince, so her name means princess, and the yah at the end makes it my princess. So instead of saying Shah, which is prince, you say Shara, which is princess, and the yah, like I said, makes it my princess. Whose princess was it? Abraham's princess, or Abram's princess. Now Abram's name was Abba Ram. Ram means, that's where you get the word ram from. Ram is usually on the top of the mountain. So the word ram means exalted or high. So Abba Ram means father exalted, high father. All right? And you notice that his name was changed to Abraham, Abraham, and his wife's name was changed from Sarai to Sarah, which means princess. So let's get these names together.
Yeah, dealing with Abraham, or Abram first, The Hebrew word there is Abaram. Abaram, which means exalted father. It says original name of Abraham. And down here it says the founder and father of the Jewish nation, the son of Terah, born in Mesopotamia, and sojourned in the land of Canaan with his flocks in a kind of nomadic life. Now I'm going to go to Sarai. All right, Sarai. The Hebrew word there is Sarai. No, I'm sorry, Saraya. Saraya. Oh, right, Sharaya. So like a Sharaya. It says princess, original name of Sarah, the wife of Abram or Abraham. It's yeah.
That's why I say blue letter be going off, man. They go off. That's why you got to check these devils. Now the word was it? What's the word there? Is it Sharaya? Go back up to the top. Yeah, Shara means princess. Sharaya, the ya at the end makes it my princess. So they're saying that her name was princess. They went off. All right?
Yeah, because as you read down, it says they have Sharaya, my princess, but then they have a question mark at the end. This is like they're questioning.
When you got a question mark at the end, that means you really ain't sure. You're taking a stab at it.
Yeah, it says my princess with the question mark, like the brothers were saying, they don't know. Then it says nobility. Then it says Sarai, of the wife of Abraham, for which, however, afterwards, Genesis 17 and 15, another name, Shara, princess, was substituted. So.
They trying their best. They trying their best. Go ahead.
And Abram and Nahor took them wives. The name of Abram's wife was Sarai. The name of Nahor's wife Milcah, the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah, and the father of Iscah. But Sarai was barren; she had no child. And Terah took Abram his son, and Lot the son of Haran his son's son, and Sarai his daughter-in-law.
Now the Most High took Abram from Terah his father, because his father was into them gods, those them. In other words, he wasn't following the Most High. So the Most High took Abram to himself to raise him up into the knowledge of the Most High, the knowledge of himself. All right? You got something? Go ahead.
This is Joshua chapter 24, verse 2. And Joshua said unto all the people, Thus saith the Lord, power of Israel, your father on the other side of the flood in old time, even Terah, the father of Abraham, the father of Nahor.
Now the other side of the flood is not talking about Noah's flood. It's talking about when they left from Egypt into the wilderness. That's what that flood is talking about. Go ahead.
Right. It says, even Terah, the father of Abraham, the father of Nahor, and they served other gods.
And they serve other gods. What gods did they most likely serve? Them Canaanite gods that Esau's serving today. When they have their little secret meeting, like they had their little secret gathering over there in Sonoma County, the Bohemians. They're still over there. They're going to be there for the last 2 weeks of July. All right? Go ahead.
Back in Genesis 11 and 31. And Terah took Abraham his son, and Lot the...
Yeah, because this guy, Boner, they were negotiating about what's going to happen on August 2nd, whether they're going to default on their debt or raise the ceiling or whatever. And all of a sudden, this guy, Boner, just disappeared. Now he probably hopped on the plane and went. They probably said, "Get Boner, get your ass over here to the Bohemian Grove, right?" Because I wonder if I'm going to see him this week. Because most likely he's over there at the Bohemian Grove whether he went over there for a little while or he gonna be over there to do what they do, which they pop each other. You know, they pop them little young guys and shit, them Edomite waiters and shit, and some of them jakes. They get real freaky over there. Go ahead.
Faggy, real faggy.
Some real faggoty shit goes on over there. And even Nixon said that. He said, you know the quote. You know the quote. Give me the quote, brother.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Nixon. Yeah, he said it's the most goddamn faggy thing I ever saw. He's talking about because he went there in '67. Because there's a picture of Nixon and Reagan and I think Ford was in there too. So he went to the Bohemian Grove, so he had firsthand knowledge of it. That's why he made that statement. It's the most goddamn faggy thing I ever saw.
Yeah, Nixon had his own mind. Nixon wanted to do his own thing, man. That's why I forget what year it was. I believe it might have been 70, 71. If you go, I believe it was in the Daily News. I'm almost positive it was in the Daily News, but if you go to your local library and you go to your microfiche machine and you go back to around 70, 71 and you take time to look at it, you can actually find that article in the paper. And I think he took out a big spread on one of the pages and he put the all-seeing eye with the pyramid. And I actually saw it when I was a kid, and the all-seeing eye, and he said, "I trust in myself." And shortly after that, they set his ass up and he got impeached. But they always respected the guy. That's why they didn't kill him. They had a lot of respect for that dude. He wasn't an idiot like these idiots today. I mean, this guy had his own mind. All right? Go ahead. And he said what he had to say about the Bohemian Grove. You don't say such things like that. But he said what the hell he had to say. He said that's the most faggotiest goddamn whatever the hell he said. All right? Basically, he didn't like being around them faggots. Go ahead.
Genesis 11:31. And Terah took Abram his son, and Lot the son of Haran his son's son, and Sarai his daughter-in-law, his son Abram's wife, and they went forth with them from Ur of the Chaldees to go into the land of Canaan. And they came unto Haran and dwelt there. And the days of Terah were 205 years, and Terah died in Haran. Genesis 12:1. Now the Lord had said unto Abram, Get thee out of thy country, and from thy kindred, and from thy father's house.
Oh, and I also want to say this. When you go back to Genesis, the 6th chapter, men were living to be 800, 850, 900. Methuselah lived to be 969. I think Noah lived to be 950. Now, Terah lived to be what? 251 years? You just read it. 251 years? 205 years. I'm sorry, 205 years. Now you notice in Genesis, the 6th chapter, the Most High brought the time span down from 900 and change to 120 years. But now he lived to be 205. So it wasn't like the Most High said, okay, the next generation, they're just going to live to be 120. Some of them lived to be 200, but gradually they went down to 129. It wasn't no, and when the Most High says things, it's not always exact. When he says 120, some of them live to be 120, 110, 125, 130, as evident in Terah living to be 205. All right, go ahead.
Genesis 12:1. Now the Lord had said unto Abram, Get thee out of thy country, and from thy kindred, and from thy father's house, unto a land that I will show thee. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee, and make thy name great.
That great nation is the nation of Israel. Go ahead.
And thou shalt be a blessing, and I will bless them that bless thee, and curse him that curseth thee. And in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed.
Now all families of the earth being blessed is talking about the families of the nation of Israel. That line is Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Go ahead.
It says, And so Abram departed as the Lord had spoken unto him, and Lot went with him, and Abram was 75 years old when he departed out of Haran. And Abram took Sarai his wife, and Lot his brother's son, and all their substance that they had together, and the souls that they had gotten in Haran. And they went forth to go into the land of Canaan, and into the land of Canaan they came. And Abraham passed through the land unto the place of Sychem, unto the plain of Moreh, and the Canaanite was then in the land. And the Lord appeared unto Abram and said, Unto thy seed will I give this land. And there builded he an altar unto the Lord who appeared unto him.
Now, why would the Lord give that land to the seed of Abraham when you had the Canaanites already there? Because when you go back to Genesis, the 6th chapter, and the 25th verse, it said, a servant of servants shall he be unto Shem. All right, so we were justified in taking that land because the Canaanites were our servants anyway. Go ahead.
And he removed from thence unto a mountain on the east of Bethel, and pitched his tent, having Bethel.
And by the way, the word Bethel means house of the power. Bayath Allah. Bayath meaning house, which is the second character of the ancient Hebrew, which looks like a tent with a hook going into the ground. And El meaning Allah, meaning power or God. Go ahead.
And he removed from thence unto a mountain on the east of Bethel, and pitched his tent, having Bethel on the west and Hai on the east. And there he builded an altar unto the Lord, and called upon the name of the Lord. And
because he knew the name of the Lord. Although the Lord had more than one title, he knew upon the name. He knew the name of the Lord. Now, when Moses came on the scene, he gave him the actual name of the Most High. This is my name. With all those different names that they call me, this is my actual name, which is Yahweh. Go ahead.
And Abram journeyed, going on still toward the south. And there was a famine in the land. And Abram went down into Egypt to sojourn there, for the famine was grievous in the land. And it came to pass, when he was come near to enter into Egypt, that he said unto Sarai his wife, Behold now, I know that thou art a fair woman to look upon. Therefore it shall come to pass, when the Egyptians shall see thee, that they shall say, This is his wife. And they will kill me, but they will save thee alive. Say, I pray thee, thou art my sister, that it may be well with me for thy sake, and my soul shall live because of thee. And it came to pass that when Abram was come into Egypt, the Egyptians beheld the woman, that she was very fair. The princes also of Pharaoh saw her, and commended her before Pharaoh, and the woman was taken into Pharaoh's house. And they
were all, remember, they were already up in age, man. Go ahead.
And he entered, and he entreated Abram well for her sake. And he had sheep and oxen and he-asses and men-servant and maid-servant and she-asses and camels. And the Lord plagued Pharaoh and his house with great plagues because of Sarai, Abram's wife. And Pharaoh called Abram and said, What is this that thou hast done unto me? Why didst thou not tell me that she was thy wife? Why saidst thou, She is my sister, so I might have taken her to me to wife? Now therefore, behold, thy wife, take her, and go thy way. And Pharaoh commanded his men concerning him, and they sent him away, and his wife, and all that he had. Genesis 13:1. And Abram went up out of Egypt, he and his wife, and all that he had, and Lot with him, into the south. And Abram was very rich in cattle, in silver, and in gold.
Yeah, that's why I said one of them a couple of shows that if you got the money, get you some silver and gold, not because it's going to preserve you in the last days, but when these prices, when hyperinflation starts coming into play, then you can convert that gold and silver for the meantime, but that gold and that silver is not going to save you. So what's real riches? Cattle, silver and gold. Now there was a Ron Paul, the governor of Texas. I believe he's still the governor of Texas today, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sorry, not the governor of Texas. He's a congressman. And he had confronted Bernanke about dealing with the money situation, the Federal Reserve, and basically he asked him a question whether gold was money, and this guy said, and you might say he's stupid. He ain't stupid. He knows what he's saying. Bernanke is set up to deceive the people, because now you have all these commercials saying buy gold and silver. So he asked whether gold was money. He said no, gold is not money. All right. So I mean, if producer can find that clip, he can throw it up if he wants to.
Very quickly, if you could answer another question, because I'm curious about this. You know, the price of gold today is $1,580. The dollar during these last 3 years was devalued almost 50%. When you wake up in the morning, do you care about the price of gold?
Well, I pay attention to the price of gold, but I think it reflects a lot of things. It reflects global uncertainties. I think the reason people hold gold is as a protection against what we call tail risk, really, really bad outcomes. And to the extent that the last few years have made people more worried about the potential of a major crisis, then they have gold as a protection.
Do you think gold is money?
No.
It's not money. Even if it has been money for 6,000 years, somebody reversed that and eliminated that economic law.
Well, it's an asset. I mean, it's the same. Would you say Treasury bills are money? I don't think they're money either, but they're a financial asset.
Why do central banks hold it?
Well, it's a form of reserves.
Why don't they hold diamonds?
Well, it's tradition, long-term tradition.
Well, some people still think it's money. I yield back. My time is up. Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
It says, and Abram was very rich in cattle, in silver, and in gold. And he went on his journey from the south.
He didn't notice he didn't have no paper money, because that's not real money. That's called a fiat money, fiat currency. The word fiat is Latin for let it be, because the government and the Fed, which is a quasi-governmental institution, they basically said that's money. So people, the average person don't know. They follow the government. They don't know what the hell to do. Whatever the government says, they go by. So they say it's money, so therefore people think it's money. And they spend it in the circulation, but it's really not money. Silver and gold is real money. Go ahead.
It says, and he went on his journey from the south even to Bethel, unto the place where his tent had been at the beginning between Bethel and Hai, unto the place of the altar which he had made there at the first, and there Abram called on the name of the Lord. And Lot also, which went with Abram, had flocks and herds and tents, and the land was not able to bear them, that they might dwell together, for their substance was great, so that they could not dwell together. And there was a strife between the herdmen of Abram's cattle and the herdmen of Lot's cattle, and the Canaanite and the Perizzites dwelt then in the land. And Abram said unto Lot, let there be no strife, I pray thee, between me and thee, and between my herdmen and thy herdmen, for we be brethren. Is not the whole land before thee? Separate thyself, I pray thee, from me. If thou wilt take the left hand, then I will go to the right. Or if thou wilt depart to the right hand, then I will go to the left. And Lot lifted up his eyes and beheld all the plain of Jordan, that it was well watered everywhere, before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, even as the garden of the Lord, like the land of Egypt, as thou camest unto Zoar.
Yeah, because anywhere you have land and water, you have cattle to eat the grass, to drink the water. So that's going to bring fowl. That's going to bring bees to create honey and so forth. So he saw that land that was rich with water and soil. So he said, I'll choose that land. And Abraham gave him the first choice. You know why? Because Abraham knew that the Lord was with him. And no matter where Abraham went, the Most High was going to bless him anyway. That's called faith. Go ahead.
Then Lot chose him all.
That's a lesson to you guys that made that deal with that Faustian bargain with the devil. I'm talking about Comfy. You don't see Comfy no more. He's been totally exposed. General Yohana, he's next. He's going to get totally exposed. And the rest of you guys that made that deal with the devil, that's called a lack of faith. You didn't want to wait for the Most High. You wanted to take that money. So you're going to be destroyed along with that money and along with the elite. Go ahead.
It says, then Lot chose him all the plain of Jordan, and Lot journeyed east, and they separated themselves the one from the other. Abram dwelt in the land of Canaan, and Lot dwelt in the cities of the plain, and pitched his tent toward Sodom. But the men of Sodom were wicked and sinners before the Lord exceedingly.
Now remember, the men of Sodom were Canaanites. Go ahead.
And the Lord said unto Abram, after that Lot was separated from him, lift up now thine eyes and look from the place where thou art.
And by the way, this country right here is becoming a gigantic Sodom and Gomorrah, because they just passed that law that gays can marry one another in New York, and New York is a major state. So now they're gonna have this big thing supposedly come tomorrow, where you're gonna have all these lesbians and these homosexuals getting married on Sunday. Was that the 24th, July 20? Huh?
6, 24, 2 and 4, 6.
Right. That's right. 2 and 4 and 6, which can be the devil's number, and they're making a big deal about it. And then they were talking about the other day taking Jones Beach and making part of it a nude beach. So basically, they're corrupt. The leaders are corrupting the people. So you have people now accepting it, saying it's all right to be a homosexual and it's all right to get married. They're corrupting the people. The elite are corrupting the people so the people can be destroyed. All right? Go ahead.
And then they had this thing on the news where the first people that they showed that were going to go get married was 2 black women and 2 black men. That was the first people they showed, with this so-called law they just passed, that were going to get married. Just to show you that they're pushing that shit heavy on Jake.
Yeah, they want Jake to do it, but those 2 black women and 2 black men, the Most High is going to destroy them. Like I said, the reason why we teach these classes and we go out there on the highways and the byways, number 1, because the Most High told us to do that, and number 2, we're out here to wake up the elect. We're not concerned about 2/3 of Israel. We don't give a damn about what 2/3 of Israel does. The ones of you clowns that fell off and went back into the world, the ones of you guys that made that deal with the spiritual demon Satan or the elite, we don't give a damn about you, man, because we know that you're going to be destroyed. The only ones that we're concerned with is the elect of Israel. Go ahead.
It says, and the Lord said unto Abram, after that Lot was separated from him, lift up now thine eyes and look from the place where thou art, northward and southward and eastward and westward. For all the land which thou seest, to thee will I give it, and to thy seed forever. And I will make thy seed as the dust of the earth, so that if a man can number the dust of the earth, then shall thy seed also be numbered.
And that's the nation of Israel. Go ahead.
Arise, walk through the land, in the length of it and in the breadth of it. For
they talk this nonsense about the Chinese have the biggest population on the planet. The Israelites have the biggest population on. We're more in number than the Chinese. Go ahead.
Arise, walk through the land, and in the length of it and in the breadth of it, for I will give it to thee, unto thee. So basically the Most High told Abraham to survey the land. This is your land. Just look around. This is all yours. Then Abram removed his tent and came and dwelt in the plain of Mamre, which is in Hebron, and built there an altar unto the Lord. Genesis 14:1. And it came to pass in the days of Amraphel, king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elazar, Kedar-laomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of nations, that these made war with Bera, king of Sodom, and with Bersha, king of Gomorrah.
Yeah, so with that, we're going to stop right there. So we're going to start the next week. We're going to start at the 14th chapter of Genesis. So with that, I'm going to say shalom. Shalom, and welcome once again to another episode of Elders of GMS, giving all praises to Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai. And we're going to continue on with the book of Genesis, and we're going to start at the beginning of chapter 14.
Genesis chapter 14, verse 1. And it came to pass in the days of Amraphel, king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elazar, Kedar-laomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of nations, that these made war with Bera, king of Sodom, and with Bersha, king of Gomorrah. Shinab, king of Admah, and Shem-eber, king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, which is Zoar. And these were joined together in the vale of Siddim, which is the Salt Sea.
Yeah, so speaks about Sodom, Gomorrah, and there was three other cities, Zeboim, Admah, what was the other one? Zoan. And that's where, as you read on, that's where Lot had escaped to. And these cities, basically, like you got New York City and you got the mayor. So you had what was called like city-states, for lack of a better term. So you had the leaders over these different cities. Go ahead.
All these were joined together in the vale of Siddim, which is the Salt Sea. 12 years they served Kedar-laomer, and in the 13th year they rebelled. And in the 14th year came Kedar-laomer and the kings that were with him, and smote the Rephaims, and Ashtoreth, Karnaim, and the Zuzims in Ham, and the Emims in Shaveh, Kiriathaim, and the Horites in their Mount Seir, unto El Paran, which is by the wilderness.
Yeah, because the first people to dwell in Mount Seir were the Horites, which are the Canaanites. As a matter of fact, to back that up, go to the blue letter and give them the exact verse, and let's see what the blue letter says about this. Genesis 14:6. Now, as you read it, these were Canaanites for the most part, and they were rebelling against each other. You had one guy that was over a certain realm, then you had a city-state, so to speak, come against that and set up a new king. So basically, that goes on throughout history, where you have these small cities and these city-states, and then you have empires, which take control of many city-states and take control of a whole realm, a large land mass, and then you have rebellions. So it's like a cycle. Go ahead, Ak.
Yeah, the word there in the Hebrew is haraya, which says Horite, cave dweller, the inhabitants of Mount Seir, the inhabitants of Edom in later times. It says a troglodyte, cave dweller, a hole, a cavern, and a termination. Horite, of a people who in very ancient time inhabited Mount Seir, afterwards expelled by the Edomites. And they give you the scripture, Deuteronomy 2 and 12, verse 12 and 22, Genesis 36, 20 to 30. Hori of several men. That's all they have there.
Yeah, because the Horites, when you go to the genealogy, they go back to the Canaanites, the Africans. All right? All right, go ahead.
It says, and the Horites in their Mount Seir unto El Paran, which is by the wilderness. And they returned and came to En-Mishpat, which is Kadesh, and smote all the country of the Amalekites, and also the Amorites that dwelt in Hazazon Tamar. And there went out the king of Sodom, and the king of Gomorrah, and the king of Admah, and the king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, the same as Zoar. And they joined battle with them in the vale of Siddim, with Kedar-laomer, the king of Elam, and with Tidal, king of nations, and with Amraphel, king of Shinar, and Arioch, king of Elazar, 4 kings with 5. And the vale of Siddim was full of slime pits, and the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled, and fell there, and they that remained fled to the mountains. And they took all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah, and all their victuals, and went their way. And they took Lot, Abram's brother's son, who dwelt in Sodom, and his goods, and departed. And there came one that had escaped, and told Abram the Hebrew, for he dwelt in the plain of Mamre the Amorite, brother of Eshcol, the brother of Aner, and these were confederate with Abram. And when Abram heard that his brother was taken captive, he armed his trained servants, born in his own house, 318, and pursued them unto Dan. And he divided him. I believe it was Nahor. Took Glad. I believe that was Nahor. It doesn't really say. It says, and they took Lot, Abram's brother's son, who dwelt in Sodom, and his goods, and departed. K 13 and 12.
Yeah, when you go back to the Table of Nations, you find out that one of the brothers of Abraham was the father of Lot, which made him his nephew. Did you find it?
It's Haran.
Okay, Haran. Okay, Haran. All right.
Okay, it says, and there came one that had escaped and told Abram the Hebrew, for he dwelt in the plain of Mamre the Amorite, brother of Eshcol, the brother of Aner, and these were confederate with Abram. And when Abram heard that his brother was taken captive, he armed his trained servants, born in his own house, 318, and pursued them unto Dan. And he divided himself against them, he and his servants, by night, and smote them, and pursued them unto Hobah, which is on the left hand of Damascus.
Now, this Abraham was in that battle, so Abraham was mighty in battle, as well as his servants, and his servants were trained in war. All right?
They never mention that in the, when they in the churches, when they speak about the fathers of the promise, they never speak about all them great wars that they had. It says, and he brought back all the goods, and also brought again his brother Lot, and his goods, and the women also, and the people. And the king of Sodom went out to meet him after his return from the slaughter of Kedar-laomer.
Slaughter. That means they chopped heads off, chopped arms off, gouging eyes out, ripping teeth out. If they had gold on them, they were taking the gold. All right, so that was a brutal battle, a massacre. Go ahead.
And of the kings that were with him at the valley of Shaveh, which is the Kingsdale. And Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought forth bread and wine, and he was a priest of the Most High Power.
And that's Yahweh Shai, that came as the king of righteousness, Melchizedek. Go ahead.
It says, and he blessed him and said, blessed be Abram of the Most High Power, possessor of heaven and earth, and blessed be the Most High Power, which had delivered thine enemies into thy hand. And he gave him tithes of all. And the king of Sodom said unto Abram, give me the persons, and take the goods to thyself. And Abram said to the king of Sodom, I have lifted up mine hand unto the Lord, the Most High Power, the possessor of heaven and earth, that I will not take from a thread even to a shoe latchet, and that I will not take anything that is thine, lest thou shouldest say, I have made Abram rich. Save only that which the young men have eaten, and the portion of the men which went with me. Aner, Eshcol, and Mamre, let them take their portion. Come. Genesis 15 and 1. After these things the word of the Lord came unto Abram in a vision, saying, Fear not, Abram, I am thy shield, and thy exceeding great reward. And Abram said, Lord Power, what wilt thou give me?
And another thing, the Lord didn't always appear to man. The Lord came to man, to his chosen, because it never changed. The Most High doesn't change, man. All right, he has a chosen line that he set up just before they were called Israelites. The chosen line goes back to Abraham, goes back to his father, his son Isaac and his son Jacob. But prior to Abraham, there was always a line. When you go back to Noah, when you go back to Adam, there was always a chosen line. There was always a chosen people. So that stopped when Israel was set up and established. That was his chosen, which became a great nation, which is in captivity under the hands of the Edomites, which the Edomites, the so-called white man, is getting ready to go down, and we're getting ready to come up into power. And these devils know that, man. These elite scholars and the Rothschilds and the super rich, the warlocks and so forth, the elite, they know what's going to happen. They know exactly what's going to happen, but they're stupid because they're trying to stop the prophecies of the Most High. You were placed upon the earth because of prophecy. You came into power. Before you came into power, it was prophesied you were going to come into power. So now that you come into power, it was prophesied that you were going to come into power. Now all of a sudden you're going to upset the prophecies of the Most High. You're not going to upset the prophecies of the Most High. Your society, your system's going down, and you're going down. Your future is thermonuclear destruction, as we've been saying for years. And then after that, when the smoke clears, so to speak, you're going to be shackled up and you're going to be our slaves. And then you're going to be exterminated. That's the order. You want to know your future? I just gave you your future in a nutshell. Just like when you go to Daniel, the 7th chapter, that's one chapter long, and it spans a time period from about, 500 BC all the way up until now. In one chapter, you can read that whole thing in about, 10 minutes straight through? So I gave you your future in a nutshell. Go ahead.
Real quick. Numbers 24 and 14. And now, behold.
And all you guys that made that deal, Comfy, General Gehenna, and the rest of you guys that sold out, Bubble-Eyed Blackfish, guess what? You better hope this devil never goes down, because once this devil goes down, you're going to go down with this devil. And it's going to be public too. Go ahead.
Numbers 24:14. And now, behold, I go unto my people. Come therefore, and I will...
Another thing, we ain't going to shed a tear for you wicked niggas, man. We're going to rejoice when the Most High destroys y'all. And we're going to talk shit about you too. Go ahead.
It says, and now, behold, I go unto my people. Come therefore, and I will advertise thee what this people shall do to thy people in the latter days. And he took up his parable and said, Balaam the son of Beor have said, and the man whose eyes are open have said.
In the latter days is talking about it's getting ready to happen. It ain't talking about 200 years ago, because there's no record of Israel destroying all these nations at once. There's no record of that. So this thing that Balaam is going to speak of is talking about something that's getting ready to happen now, that didn't take place yet. We're in that time. If you can't see that we're in the time of your downfall, Esau, then you're a dumb, stupid idiot. Go ahead.
It says, he have said, which heard the words of the Most High, and knew the knowledge of the Most High, which saw the vision of the Almighty, falling into a trance, but having his eyes open. I shall see him, but not now. I shall behold him, but not nigh. There shall come a star out of Jacob, and a scepter shall rise out of Israel, and shall smite the corners of Moab, and destroy all the children of Sheth.
Yeah, that star, I believe that's Revelation, the 22nd chapter. You're right about there. Go ahead.
Revelation 22 and 16. I, Yahushua, have sent mine angel to testify unto you these things in the churches. I am the root and the offspring of David, and the bright...
I am the root and offspring of David. So that kills that madness about the virgin birth. So anybody that's teaching that, they don't understand the scriptures. They're lost. And the Most High is going to destroy them too. Because the scriptures tell you that. You might not have made a deal with the illuminated ones, but because you breaking down the scriptures the wrong way, destruction is already set up for you. Give me what is that? 2 Peter, the 3rd chapter, and I believe it's around about the 16th verse. Because if you're going around calling yourself trying to break down the scriptures and teaching people, but you're breaking the scriptures down the wrong way, that's going to become destruction unto you. The Most High is going to destroy you for that. Because the Most High didn't sanction you to go out there and teach this word. All right, go ahead.
2 Peter chapter 3 verse 15. And account that the long suffering of our Lord is salvation, even as our beloved brother Paul also, according to the wisdom given unto him, has written unto you, as also in all his epistles, speaking in them of these things, in which are some things hard to be understood.
Yeah, some things hard to be understood. The scriptures, there's some scriptures that are hard to be understood. Go ahead.
Which they that are unlearned.
Go ahead.
And unstable.
Go ahead.
Rest.
Yeah, rest meaning wrestle. Go ahead.
As they do also the other scriptures, unto their own destruction.
So if you're going out there and you're calling yourself being sincere, you might be doing it in sincerity, but you breaking down the scriptures the wrong way, that's gonna be to your own destruction. Go ahead.
Ye therefore, beloved, seeing you know these things before, beware lest you also, being led away with the error of the wicked, fall from your own steadfastness.
Right, now a good example of that is Patak, and what's that brother from Chicago that got with him? The scripture said beware. When it was ordered that guy wasn't right, you wasn't supposed to get with that guy. So you might not make it, man. You might not make it. Go ahead.
But
and then you other guys don't be. You know what? I don't like no fucking mama tum Israelites, man. You trying to make every fucking thing right. God can't get it. It's been broken down to him. You got the videos, and you just can't see nothing. Maybe you can't see nothing because your ass ain't right. So you got a mama tum Israelite to come along and try to, don't worry, baby, I'm going to make everything all right. I'm going to break it down. And they still can't get it. And some guys are set up to fall, man. Go ahead.
But grow in grace and in the knowledge of our Lord.
You guys better toughen yourself, man. All right? You got it, like Patak said, we want to get with these other brothers and make sure they got it right. If they're watching the videos, man, they can get it right. Who the hell sanctioned you to make sure they get it right? What made you so goddamn special? Count Chocula? The hell made you so goddamn? And the Most High is going to destroy your black ass, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, the scriptures say, my sheep hear my voice.
See, that's why them guys, they'll come up with their little counsel. And when it comes up to us, you already know. If you ain't right at the end of that counsel or that inquiry, you out of there, man. All right? Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts. So you better go to the Mama Tum Israelites and have them guys pat you on the back. Because you ain't going to get patted on the back with us, man. We done broke down the scriptures the right way. So what the hell are you going around there questioning what we're saying through the spirit and the power of Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai? All right? Go ahead.
1 Timothy 4:1. Now the Spirit speaketh expressly that in the latter times some shall depart from the faith, given heed.
That's already the prophecy, man. You see a guy getting ready to fall off, and you bending over backwards to get him to stay. You wasting your damn time, man. Here we are at the end of this, the end of the age, the end of this man's society, and you see a guy that's he's like a damn wave. He's not stable. I ain't got time to sit there and give him some fucking chicken noodle soup and shit, and put man. This first of all, we at war. You're gonna have casualties in war. This is a spiritual war, man. So you guys that are weak-minded in the spirit, in your spirit, if you're sincere, that's different. Most High gonna lead you out of that anyway. But there's a lot of guys that are just weak-minded and they're not sincere and they're not of the elect. See, we're only out here to wake up the elect. We're not out here to wake up black people like General Yohanan says, or General Gehenna. I'm here to wake up my black people. That's not in the scriptures. The scriptures clearly tell you that the Most High is dealing with the elect. So right by that statement that he made, he ain't right. Talking about I'm here to get gays, and if they're gays and they straighten their life out and then they backslide and become gays again, they can still. Man, you know what, man? You come to me with that gay bullshit, man. A guy gonna be gay. He straightened out. He turned his life to Jesus, so to speak. He backslid. He had a gay fucking encounter, and then you're gonna accept him back in? That nigga, he's a gay. He's a faggot. He's a gay lord, man. Forget about that asshole, man. Go ahead.
Now the Spirit speaketh expressly.
But the Most High, Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, is getting ready to do some work. And then you're going to see who's real and who's not real, man. What did the Most High tell Job? Gird up thyself like a man. The Most High didn't come with no Mama Tums, what was that, shortening bread, black woman, mammy, Nell Carter spirit, all right? Go ahead.
Now the Spirit speaketh expressly that in the latter times some shall depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils.
You know what you got to worry about? Whether you going to make it, man. I'm not going to keep, okay, brother, you're all right. I'm not going to keep, I remember back at the old school, there were like 50, 52 guys in the camp, and fuck, about 25, 30 of them were weak as hell, man. And I used to curse their asses out, man. Then them faggots went to Lahab talking about I'm too hard on Israel. And the scriptures tell you, man, endure hardness as a good soldier. The Most High is looking for soldiers, man, in the spirit. Go ahead.
It says, speaking lies and hypocrisy, having their conscience seared with a hot iron.
That's right, and Lahab too. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Lahab. Lahab, let me tell you something about Lahab. Mr. Darth Vader himself. Okay? Everybody feared that guy. I saw right through that clown, man. I said, this guy ain't shit, man. This guy. And even my woman years ago, I said, oh, this is Lahab. And she told me later, she said, that guy looks big and bad. But you know what? I bet you his wife, his woman tells him what to do and slaps him around. And then later, he told me himself that his woman, Aurora, used to slap his ass around. So she was right. You know? Go ahead.
Revelation 22:16. I, Yahushua, have sent mine angel to testify unto you these things in the churches. I am the root and the offspring of David, and the bright and morning star.
And y'all brothers should do like a special on how not to be a Mama Tums Israelite. You know? Go ahead.
Numbers 24:17.
You can't worry about these weeks. You know, it says the strong bear the infirmities of the weak. Basically, you got brothers that are not as strong in the faith as others, but they're sincere. You work with guys like that. But you don't work with these, you know, you walking down the street and all of a sudden you look and the guy's not there and the guy's laid out, spread eagle on the floor. And you say, what happened, brother? Oh, the sun hit my face and no, you don't deal with no weak nigga like that, man. Every 5 minutes you gotta physically pick this nigga up. Most I ain't dealing with a nigga like that. Now when that chip comes, which General Gehenna says that's not talking about the actual chip, the mark, we're gonna see who's real, man. We're gonna see who's real. When them crackers pull them motherfucking, when they pull them whatever the hell, whatever gun, whether it be an M16 or a AK-47 or a 9 to your temple, I'm gonna see whether you're gonna take that. I'm gonna say, you know, blow my goddamn head off, bitch. You Edomite bitch. You better man up, cause you're gonna be tested, man. Go ahead.
Numbers 24:17. I shall see him, but not now. I shall behold him, but not nigh. There shall come a star out of Jacob, and a scepter shall arise out of Israel, and shall smite the corners of Moab, and destroy all the children of.
That star is talking about Yahushua. Go ahead.
And Edom shall be a possession. Seir also shall be a possession for his enemies, and Israel shall do valiantly. Out of Jacob shall come he that shall have dominion, and shall destroy him that remaineth of the city. And when he looked on Amalek, he took up his parable and said, Amalek was the first of the nations, but his latter end shall be that he perish forever. And he looked on the Kenites and took up his parable and said, Strong is thy dwelling place, and thou puttest thy nest in the rock. Nevertheless, the Kenites shall be wasted until Ashur shall carry thee away captive. And he took up his parable and said, Alas, who shall live when the Most High doeth this? And the ship shall come from the coast of Kittim, and shall afflict Ashur, and shall afflict Eber, and he shall also perish forever. And Balaam rose up and went and returned to his place, and Balak also went his way.
Now let's go back to where we left off in Genesis.
Genesis 15:1. After these things the word of the Lord came unto Abram in a vision, saying, Fear not, Abram, I am thy shield and thy exceeding great reward. And Abram said, Lord power, what wilt thou give me, seeing I go childless? And the steward of my house is this Eliezer of Damascus. And Abram said, Behold, to me thou hast given no seed, and lo, one born in my house is mine heir. And behold, the word of the Lord came unto him, saying, This shall not be thine heir, but he that shall come forth out of thine own bowels shall be thine heir. Excuse me. And he brought him forth abroad and said, Look now toward heaven, and tell the stars, if thou be able to number them. And he said unto him, So shall thy seed be. And he believed in the Lord, and he counted it to him for righteousness.
Now that seed, which is as the sand of the sea and the stars of the heaven, is not talking about the seed of Ishmael or the 6 sons of Keturah, even though Ishmael and the rest of his sons populated the earth. It's talking about the nation of Israel. That's what seed it's talking about. The seed that went through Isaac, the one seed that went through Sarah to birth Isaac, and that's from that seed Isaac laid with Rebekah and had Jacob, and then out of Jacob became what's known as Israel today. That's the seed that it's talking about. Go ahead.
Exodus 32:13. Remember Abraham, Isaac, and Israel thy servants, to whom thou swearest by thine own self, and saidest unto them, I will multiply your seed as the stars of heaven, and all this land that I have spoken of will I give unto your seed, and they shall inherit it forever. Back in Genesis 15:7. And he said unto him, I am the Lord that brought thee out of Ur of the Chaldees to give thee this land to inherit it. And he said, Lord power, whereby shall I know that I shall inherit it? And he said unto him, Take me an heifer of 3 years old, and a she-goat of 3 years old, and a ram of 3 years old, and a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. And he took unto him all these, and divided them in the midst, and laid each piece one against another, but the birds he divided he not. And when the fowls came down upon the carcasses, Abram drove them away. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and lo, an horror of great darkness fell upon him. And he said unto Abram, Now know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs.
Now, what I got to speak on is this. Nate Satan had did a video a couple years back, but I think he was reading out of Acts 7, which Stephen was, or Stephen, some people refer to him as, mentioned, reiterated what the vision that Abraham got in Genesis 15 chapter. And Nate Satan, that unlearned clown, all right, said that that's talking about America, all right? It wasn't talking about America. It was talking about Egypt. Go ahead.
And he said unto Abram, Know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in the land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years.
That's Egypt. Mizraim. Ancient Egypt, so you can understand. Go ahead.
And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge, and afterward...
And the Lord judged that nation. Go ahead.
And afterward shall they come out with great substance. And thou shalt go to thy fathers in peace. Thou shalt be buried in a good old age. But in the 4th generation they shall come hither again, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full.
Yeah, because you had the Amorites of Canaan. The Amorites came out of Canaan, so there were Canaanites that were in that land. So Israel, when they left the land of... they left the captivity of, delivered from the captivity of the ancient, so-called ancient Egyptians, they had to have